Chapter 1555. It's you. Su Yu frowned, and the murderous intent in his palm intensified. Although he had only heard that hoarse voice once, he would never mistake it for someone else. Yongye Chomo. Su Yu had never expected that Yongye Chomo, who had been severely injured by him, would be hiding in his old nest. The most dangerous place was also the safest place. Su Yu blamed himself for being too careless. Yongye Chomo was a man who was good at forbearance, scheming, and cunning. He would definitely find a place to hide and recuperate. His old nest, which was now the Taichu Empire, was obviously the best place. Even the Mermaid Emperor was slightly stunned. You are the retired Emperor of the Empire of Darkness. When he joined forces with the other two empires to attack the Empire of Darkness, he had sensed a strong aura disappearing. After interrogating some members of the Empire, he found out that it was most likely the retired Emperor who had died a long time ago. The Mermaid Emperor was shocked that the other party was hiding in the Taichu Empire. He had never expected that. Just as Su Yu was about to kill the Yongye Chomo, a mysterious force came from the depths of the earth. The Azura sword in Su Yu's palm was not listening to him and was about to break away from his control. The sword, which was supposed to be aimed at the Yongye Chomo, was affected by the force and slashed to the side, creating a 100-mile crack in the earth. Deep inside the crack, a misty glow was flickering, which contained traces of dragon power. Su Yu looked over and saw a whole group of people hiding in the depths of the earth. The leader was an old man with a pale face, holding a dragon pearl in his hand. The misty glow and the dragon power came from this dragon pearl. Behind him, there were several figures with dull expressions. Su Yu frowned slightly. Among the figures, there was one that he was very familiar with. Yongye Joyang. He had let him go back then, thinking that he would be free from Yongye Chomo's control. He did not expect that he would still fall into his hands. His eyes were dull. He must have been controlled and turned into a puppet. Yongye Joyang probably did not expect that Su Yu's heaven-splitting sword did not kill Yongye Chomo completely. However, Su Yu was slightly confused. Why did Yongye Joyang return to the Empire of Darkness after being freed? If not for that, he might not have been caught by the Eternal Knight Chomo who was hiding here. Hey! What a powerful sword spirit! It can actually resist my 6 fundamental laws of mind control. Yongye Chomo held the dragon pearl in his hand and looked surprised. He was the one who had used this technique just now, which had affected Su Yu's sword. Having narrowly escaped death, the inverse devil let out a shrill cry and rolled into the crevice, heading straight for Yongye Chomo. Yongye Chomo smiled faintly. Just as the black shadow was about to touch him, he used stellar transposition to move a puppet in front of him. The puppet was none other than Shangguan Feiyu, the former number 1 general of the empire. The inverse devil attached itself to his body and said unwillingly, "If you and I combine, we must destroy this brat." Yongye Chomo chuckled. "Even though I have the word Chomo in my name, I don't dare to let an inverse demon possess me. If you take my consciousness and replace it, I won't even have time to regret it." While they were talking, a fierce and terrifying sword energy suddenly shook the sky. 9 streaks of dark silver light scattered across the god realm. Yongye Chomo's expression changed, and he said with deep fear, "Let's leave first. We can't stay here for long." The inverse devil was also shocked. The number 1 sword technique of the demonic sword emperor's legacy, the cosmos sword formation. Swish. He reacted faster than Yongye Chomo, and he immediately used Yongye Joyang's body to escape. However, Su Yu's sword formation had been completed, and he couldn't escape from it. Staring at the two of them coldly, Su Yu's sword formation shook, and the destructive energy became even more intense. "Su Yu, I won't let you get away with this," Yongye Chomo bellowed. He pointed his finger deeper into the ground. All of a sudden, something seemed to have been triggered, and the ground of the entire Taichu Empire began to tremble. Waves of tumbling destructive energy boiled and roared in the depths of the ground, and they were about to erupt. Su Yu's expression changed slightly. His transparent eye pierced through the boundless earth and millions of miles into the depths of the ground. Thousands of weapons of civilization were hidden in the depths of the ground, and most of them were being built by Su Yu. The weapons of civilization that Su Yu was building came from the blueprints of the Empire of Darkness. Suddenly, Su Yu recalled that when he stayed in Shangguan Feiyu's mansion for a period of time, he sensed a wisp of energy leaked out from the depths of Shangguan Feiyu's mansion, which terrified him at that time. Wasn't the location of the weapons of civilization under the former site of Shangguan Feiyu's mansion? At that time, Su Yu's cultivation was too weak to detect it. It turned out that a batch of completed weapons of civilization were hidden in this place. Now, Su Yu finally understood why Yongye Jiuyang would let the civil official Grand Tutor Yuan seal the precious blueprints in the ice-sealed river. It wasn't because Yongye Jiuyang was stupid, but because he had already obtained all the weapons of civilization, and the blueprints were not important to him. What concerned Su Yu most was that among all the weapons of civilization, there was one that he had never seen before. It was a round ball with a diameter of 1,000 feet, which was carved with a mysterious material. It was crystal clear, and flickering lights were flickering in it. A shred of unfathomable danger continued to surge in Su Yu's heart. Needless to say, Su Yu knew that the round ball was about to explode. Heh. This is the third-ranked weapon of the ancient civilization, the explosive flames purgatory. Enjoy it slowly. Yongye Chumo laughed. Then, intense dragon energy gushed out from his body, which enveloped the inverse demon and Yongye Jiuyang. The next moment, the dragon energy dissipated, and their auras disappeared from the world. The divine dragon shell removal technique. At this moment, the crystal ball cracked open with a crack, and a wisp of purple-black flames burst out from it. Su Yu witnessed with his transparent eyes that the flames rushed up all the way. Wherever they passed, the ground was turned into scorching lava. In a moment, the entire capital of the Taichu Empire would be turned into a land of lava. However, this was just a wisp of purple-black flames. When all the crystal balls exploded, then, maybe half of the God realm would be destroyed. At least within the territory of the Taichu Empire, not even a blade of grass would grow. Unless one reached the level of a level 3 deity, he would not be able to escape death. Su Yu looked at the remaining weak aura in the distance and frowned deeply. The divine dragon shell shedding technique was really a troublesome magical power. Withdrawing the sword formation, Su Yu looked down at the panicking people below. Not only the ordinary creatures, but the deities who had not reached the level of level 3 were also panicking. When Taiqing Yunhuan and Binghua Cangxing sensed that something was wrong, they had already used their portable cavern worlds to take in the people of their empire first, then the other creatures. Taiqing Yunhui, Dragon Elephant King, and the others also used their cavern worlds to transfer the creatures. However, there were so many creatures in the territory of the Taichu Empire that less than 10% of them had been transferred away. Seniors, please save us. Many of the creatures below were panicking. The power that was exploding underground day by day made them feel that their lives were in danger. Taiqing Yunhuan and Binghua Cangxing shook their heads regretfully. I'm sorry, our cavern worlds are full. Please run for your lives. With their strength, they would not be able to escape far before they were killed by the erupting flames. Their words meant that they had given up on them. Closing their eyes slowly, Taiqing Yunhuan and Binghua Cangxing immediately left this place. Taiqing Yunhui, Dragon Elephant King, and the others also looked regretful and quickly fled. This place was also full of danger for them. In the blink of an eye, the people of the two empires quickly evacuated. Only the Mermaid Emperor and his group of level 3 strong men were left. My king, save us. The creatures below could already feel the horror of the underground fire and cried out in horror. The Mermaid Emperor looked down at them indifferently and said indifferently, unfortunately, the cavern worlds have been filled with your blood essence. Let's go. He took their blood essence and left them behind. He was as cold as iron, extremely cold. Swish swish, the Mermaid Emperor and the ministers of the Empire retreated one after another. Mermaid Emperor, you betrayed us. Some of the abandoned level 5 deities cried out unwillingly. I beg you, Mermaid Emperor, please take me away. I don't want to stay here. There were also pleading voices. Panic spread, boiling, and fermenting into great despair. However, suddenly, someone discovered that the gods had abandoned them, and only one person was still there. It was Su Yu. Senior Su, please save us. Yes, we are all the people of the God realm, a member of the common people. Do you really have the heart to watch us suffer? That's right. You've once helped countless lives. How could you just watch them die? Suyu remained silent, but Taiching Mystic Jade could not stand it anymore. She pursed her lips, and her eyes were extremely contemptuous. Why can't I have the heart? Why can't I just watch them die? When you asked Suyu to atone for his sins with his death, how united were you? How selfish and indifferent were you? Why can't he just sit back and watch you die? What does he owe you? The ice and fire scripture also frowned deeply. Senior Su, we know that you are kind and righteous, and your reputation has spread far and wide. However, showing kindness to them is no different from a farmer to a snake. Senior Su, please don't mind them. Nitian Lungshan's eyes were also full of contempt. A group of pitiful and hateful ants. Their words, for people in despair, were tantamount to taking their lives. How could they not be angered? You three imbeciles, don't talk nonsense. We have always respected Senior Su. When did we ask him to atone for his sins with his death? A deity roared. Taiching Mystic Jade's contempt deepened. He deeply remembered that the first person to ask Suyu to kill himself was him. Senior Su, please have mercy on us. We are all your people. If you really watch them die, Senior Su, will you be able to face your own conscience? Yes, if you really don't save us, you will definitely become a sinner for all eternity. Hearing this, Nitian Lungshan could not help but feel angry. Even now, he was still threatening them. There should be a limit to bullying. Why did they not dare to say this to the Mermaid Emperor, Taiching Yunwan, and Binghua Tsangxing? Because they knew that those three beings were all indifferent beings with the blood of the common people. If they dared to threaten them, they would probably be killed immediately. Only Su Yu, who never killed the innocent, was known for his kindness and justice. No matter how they threatened them, Su Yu would never kill them. That was why they dared to threaten him. Senior Su, Taiching Mystic Jade and the Ice and Fire scripture were furious. Su Yu's face was calm, and he silently took out two things. One was the sacred sky warship, and the other was the world annihilation plate that was 10 times larger. The former could contain a cavern world, and the latter could contain 10 cavern worlds. Added together, it could take away nearly 80% of the creatures in the Taichu dynasty. The appearance of the two objects drew cheers. Long live Senior Su. Ha ha ha, we are saved. I will definitely be grateful for Senior Su's kindness. The creatures were extremely excited, and they gathered around the two objects. Seeing this scene, Taiching Yunwan was so angry that he could not speak. He gritted his teeth, but did not dare to attack. Chapter 1556. Why was he so pedantic? Had he forgotten how the people had turned their backs on him when the defiant demon destroyed the world and asked him to atone for his sins with his death? Had he forgotten how cold and heartless those people were, like maggots feasting on Suyu's blood? Why did he still want to save such a person? Taiching Miaoyu was extremely disappointed. Suyu used to be an unattainable legend in her eyes. Every word and action of his was fascinating. But seeing Suyu's ridiculous actions with her own eyes, her yearning collapsed in an instant. However, at that moment, there was a complaint from the people again. Open the portal quickly, the crisis at the core is coming. Senior Su, why are you still closing the portal? Hey! Taiching Miaoyu opened her eyes and found that although Suyu had taken out the two items, he had not opened them at all. Instead, he was looking at the people indifferently, as if he was looking for something. After a while, Suyu pointed with his fingertip. Among the people who had gathered around, 20 to 30% of them had a conspicuous halo appear above their heads, like some kind of mark. Anyone with a mark can enter. Those who don't, fend for themselves. Suyu spoke for the first time, his eyes full of indifference. At that moment, he opened the portal between the sacred sky warship and the replica of the world annihilation plate. However, the portal was not open to the public at the moment. It was controlled internally. Whoever the portal shone on would be sucked into it. The two items operated at the same time. Tens of millions of spatial teleportation lights swept across the endless, densely packed creatures. Anyone with a mark was immediately taken away. Those without a mark, even if the beam of light accidentally swept across them, showed no signs of being teleported and remained in place. In the blink of an eye, more than hundreds of millions of people had been teleported into the two items. At that moment, the reporters without a mark began to panic. Senior Sue, why don't I have a mark? This is not fair. Why does he have a mark and I don't? Yes. This is not fair. We want to go in too. Suyu glanced at them coldly and said lightly, the reporters with a mark are those who have never asked me to die as an apology. Even if they thought about it, as long as they didn't say it out loud, I still gave them a mark. That is already merciful. As for you, it's not that I don't want to, but I can't save you. I don't want to be asked to die by a group of people I've saved the next time I encounter a disaster. The merciless words fiercely bombarded their hearts. Many people's expressions changed, but there was still a God who protested. I didn't say that. Why didn't you mark me? Suyu glanced at him and waved his hand casually. An image appeared in the air. It was the image of countless people begging Suyu to atone for his sins with his death. There were so many of them that they were like a swarm of ants. Then, the image zoomed in, and the figure of a man, who was screaming at the top of his lungs and asking for Suyu's death, appeared clearly. It was the quibbling deity. The god's face paled, and he was speechless. Suyu swiped at the light screen and calmly asked, who else feels wronged? With that image in front of them, who could quibble? They hadn't expected Suyu to have recorded the entire scene clearly. At this moment, it was too late for them to deny it. But, even if that's the case, you can't just leave him to die. They were still unconvinced and protested. Suyu crossed his arms in front of his chest. I didn't leave him to die. I just saved those who deserved to be saved. Obviously, you belong to the category of people who don't deserve to be saved. While he was speaking, the transmission light beam had already swept through the crowd and absorbed all the marked creatures. Okay, that's all I have to say. You're on your own now. Suyu waved his sleeves and put away the sacred skyship and the world annihilation plate. At the same time, he waved his sleeves and took Taiching Mystic Jade and the other two people away. Finally, they felt a great sense of panic. Senior Sue, I beg you to save us. I was wrong, I shouldn't have insulted you, I shouldn't have forced you to die, I beg you to spare me this time, please save me. At this moment, they regretted it. All the powerful deities in the world regarded them like ants. Only Suyu pitied the common people, sympathized with them, and helped them. However, what did they do? They were humble and obedient to those powerful deities who despised them, but they had no respect for Suyu, who respected them. They even asked him to die. In the end, Suyu, the only person who pitied them, also abandoned them. They had only themselves to blame for everything. They had asked for it. Suyu turned his back to the common people, his eyes calm as he turned into a breeze and left. Betrayal once was enough. Soon, the flame broke through the ground and turned the Mermaid Emperor into a sea of fire. Countless creatures, in remorse and pain, were buried in the raging fire, falling into the eternal purgatory of explosive flames. Immediately afterward, the crystal ball deep underground completely shattered, and countless raging flames erupted, rushing out of the earth and into the sky. Flames splashed everywhere, radiating throughout the Taichu Empire. In an instant, the Taichu Empire was turned into a pool of magma. Under the destruction of the magma, the mountains and the earth melted. Including the mysterious crystal mountains that stretched across the southern part of the empire. Back then, the world annihilation plate had flattened it, but now it had completely melted into liquid magma. However, under the magma, there was a stone tablet. The flames could not do anything to it, so it poked out of the magma. The head of a ferocious giant dragon with dark red eyes also poked out of the magma. The giant dragon's dark red blood eyes looked around at the clear sky and sighed. It's been a long time. On its head, a bloody mark was faintly visible. The bloody mark was blurred and about to disappear. Correspondingly, on the stone tablet, the characters of the heavenly book were getting brighter and brighter. They were like meteors falling into the sky, emitting their last ray of brilliance. When the brilliance disappeared, what awaited them would be silent darkness. I can finally use some of my strength. That ant who stole my fragment of the lore, I will play with you for a while." The black horn on the head of the giant dragon suddenly broke off and fell to the ground, turning into a black-robed old man. His face was long and pointed, and his eyes were sharp and sharp. Between his black hair, 2 dragon horns the size of a thumb were hidden. "Go and see how many enemies there are in the god realm today," the giant dragon said indifferently, and his head slowly sank into the depths of the magma. The pointy-faced old man cast his eyes into the distance indifferently and murmured, "The fragment of the lore? Ha, it's time to get it back." The border between the Taichu Empire and the Taichu Empire. Taiching Yunhuan, Binghuo Sangxing, and the Mermaid Emperor met here one after another. They looked at the sky full of flames, shocked. The exploding flames purgatory. The Empire of Darkness really hid it well. If Nitian Guyun was still alive, he would not dare to touch the Empire of Darkness even if he knew about it. Binghuo Sangxing's eyes were trembling. To destroy an empire in a few breaths, such a great killing weapon that could destroy everything, how terrifying was it? Taiching Yunhuan was also shocked. This thing is definitely not prepared for Nitian Guyun, but to deal with some kind of existence. She was half right. This thing was indeed not prepared for Nitian Guyun. Yongye Chomor could kill Nitian Guyun effortlessly. It was prepared for the epoch-making dragon, in case one day the epoch-making dragon broke free and came to him for revenge. Unfortunately, it had never been put to use. Until today, when it completely broke out and destroyed the empire passed down by his ancestors. Wait, Su Yu. Oh, where is Senior Su? Why hasn't he come back? After a brief moment of palpitation, Taiching Yunhui immediately realized that Su Yu did not exist. What was strange was that the faces of Taiching Yunhuan and the other 2 were gloomy and strange. They were not worried about Su Yu's life or death, but they were embarrassed by their situation. If they remembered correctly, Su Yu was still a joint wanted target of the 4 empires. And the performance of the Mermaid Emperor just now was too cold-blooded and ruthless. Swoosh! A rapid sonic boom rang out, and from a distance, Su Yu could be seen flying over the sea of fire. The 3 of them had different expressions. Among them, Taiching Yunhuan and Binghuo Sangxing, after hesitating for a moment, stepped forward to greet him, bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior Su." The way they addressed him made them feel very uncomfortable. Back then, only 8 years ago, Su Yu was like an insignificant speck of dust in front of them. After today, they had to address him as Senior. Su Yu accepted it calmly and nodded. "Get up." At that moment, a beautiful figure came over and bowed. "I am Taiching Yunhui, greetings, Senior Su." Su Yu glanced at her and nodded with a calm expression, not paying much attention to her. Taiching Yunhui bit her lip and said, "On behalf of the many members of the Taiching royal family, I thank Senior Su for killing the evil Nitian Hanxing." After saying that, she bowed and kowtowed. Su Yu did not stop her. He let her finish bowing and ignored her. Instead, he released Taiching Miaoyu and the others and said, "Now that you are safe, you may return to your elders." Taiching Miaoyu's eyes darted around, and she smiled and stretched out her hand. "Before we part, don't you want to give me some rewards? I heard that Senior Su was rich many years ago, and I don't know how many treasures you have plundered." Hearing that, Taiching Yunhuan was shocked and almost scared to death. She hurriedly scolded, "How dare you?" There were not many people in the world who dared to ask Su Yu for things. As strong as Nitian Hanxing was, he had asked for women. What happened to him had just happened. Unexpectedly, Su Yu laughed self-deprecatingly. "I am stingy. Since it is fate that we meet, it is good to give you 3 something." As he spoke, a green light flashed in his palm, and 3 heavenly orchid silver bamboo seedlings appeared, as well as 2 stones with demonic energy rolling around them. "These are the 2 books of swordsmanship that I practiced in the past, and 3 seedlings that I cultivated with my own hands. Take them." Su Yu flicked his fingers, and they flew towards the 3 of them. Taiching Miaoyu grabbed one and wrinkled her nose. "Stingy." Taiching Yunhuan, who was at the side, took one look, and her pretty face changed dramatically. The inherited swordsmanship of the demon sword divine warrior, the 9 suns cosmos sword formation? And the extinct heavenly orchid silver bamboo seedlings? She snatched the item from Tai-Ching Miaoyu's palm and returned it with both hands. Senior Su, I have no virtue or ability, how can I accept such a great gift? Senior Su, please take it back. Hearing that it was this item, Binghua Songxing was really shocked. He took it and returned it with both hands. At that moment, Tai-Ching Miaoyu realized that what Su Yu had given her was the famous inheritance of the demon sword divine warrior. She had asked for it casually. How could she have known that Su Yu would give such an important reward? She explained uneasily, Senior Su, I was just joking. I can't accept such a precious thing. Chapter 1557. Tai-Ching Yunhuan hurriedly said, I dare not. Binghua Songxing also hurriedly explained, for fear of angering Su Yu. Then why don't you return it to them? Su Yu stared at the two of them. They trembled and returned it to the two juniors with a bitter smile. Tai-Ching Miaoyu did not dare to accept it. She hesitantly looked at Tai-Ching Yunhuan, then at Su Yu, longing and uneasy. Su Yu cast a comforting look. If the Demon Sword Emperor learns that I passed on his swordsmanship, he will not blame me. You three concentrate on your cultivation, and with the help of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo seedlings, I hope I can see the legacy of the Demon Sword Emperor spread in tens of millions of years. Only then did Tai-Ching Miaoyu put it away excitedly. Tai-Ching Yunhuan looked at her, then at Tai-Ching Yunhui, who was kneeling, and sighed. The heir of the Tai-Ching dynasty, if nothing went wrong, should be Tai-Ching Yunhui, the current eldest princess. But now, she had to reconsider. Tai-Ching Miaoyu, who had received the legacy of the Demon Sword Emperor, would have limitless achievements in the future. Moreover, with Su Yu's support, she had to think more carefully. The Tai-Ching mystic Jade was originally not an outstanding junior among the juniors. The best outcome was a life of eating and waiting for death. But after getting to know Su Yu, she changed her fate in just one day. Sometimes, people have to believe in fate and fate. Tai-Ching Yunhuan thought silently. In that case, I hope to see you three again. Su Yu cupped his fists and immediately looked at the Mermaid Emperor, Tai-Ching Yunhuan, and Binghua Songxing. The three of them understood and nodded. Nitian Hanxing was dead, and they needed to rediscuss how to obtain the blood of the common people. Senior Su. A gaze filled with resentment shot toward Su Yu. Turning his head, it was Tai-Ching Yunhui, who was still kneeling on the ground. She was as beautiful as a dream, and her cold face was full of grievance and unwillingness. What's the matter? Su Yu looked at her, a little puzzled. Tai-Ching Yunhui looked at the joyful Tai-Ching Miaoyu, and the unwillingness in her heart grew stronger. She bit her lip and said, Senior Su, Yunhui once made a solemn vow that if anyone could kill or severely injure Nitian Hanxing and avenge my sister, Yunhui would marry him. Now that Senior Su has killed him, Yunhui is willing to fulfill her promise and marry Senior Su. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression became strange. Even the emperors of the three countries had heard about this. What he did not expect was that Tai-Ching Yunhui would take the initiative to mention that she was willing to fulfill her promise and marry Su Yu. The question was, would Su Yu be willing? Was she worthy of Su Yu? One was an ordinary prodigy, while the other was an ancient overlord. The difference between the two was too great. Su Yu was slightly startled, but he quickly replied, I'm sorry, I have no intention of taking a wife. The answer was as expected, but it still caused Tai-Ching Yunhui's face to turn pale, and she bit her lips tightly. Just as Su Yu was about to leave, she raised her head, her eyes filled with tears of grievance. She said in a deep voice, Senior Su, may I ask, in what way am I inferior to Tai-Ching Miaoyu? The yin-yang wings of supreme pole control technique that Senior Su wanted was given to him by me, not Tai-Ching Miaoyu. The one who respects Senior Su is me, Tai-Ching Yunhui, and not Tai-Ching Miaoyu, who is ignorant and disrespectful. All these years, it is me, Tai-Ching Yunhui, who has kept my chastity for Senior Su, not her. She stared at Tai-Ching Miaoyu fiercely. Pointing at her, she said, why does Senior Su love her so much, but treat me so coldly? Is she as beautiful as me? Or is she more talented than me? Or is she more intelligent than me? Why does Senior Su love her, but treat me with disdain? This was the extreme indignation in her heart, and there were even hints of resentment. Tai Ching Miaoyu clenched her fists. Looking directly at Tai Ching Yunhui, who was like a snow goddess, she felt ashamed of her inferiority. Yes, in terms of appearance, she was far inferior, and in terms of talent, she was also inferior. In terms of mental agility, she was also inferior. Logically speaking, an expert like Senior Su should be more attracted to Uncle Master. Senior Su, I don't want to have a conflict with Uncle Master. I'll return these inheritances to you. Tai Ching Miaoyu fought with heaven for a long time, and quickly made a choice to return the inheritances. Unfortunately, not only was her action not moved by Tai Ching Yunhui, but she was even colder and more disdainful. She fiercely said, "Stop putting on an act." "I didn't." Tai Ching Miaoyu was stunned. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she felt greatly wronged. "Me. Uncle Master really couldn't tell that you, who looked innocent and romantic, was the most scheming one among the members of the imperial family." Tai Ching Yunhui stared at her coldly and said, "You actually used sweet words to get Senior Su's good impression, and stepped on me. You got what you wanted. You got what you wanted. Are you satisfied?" Tai Ching Yunhui's tone was fierce. At this moment, she didn't seem like a fairy who didn't eat the food of the mortal world. She only looked like a jealous woman. "I didn't." Tai Ching Miaoyu felt sad and wronged, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Su Yu sighed and patted her on the shoulder. Imbued with wisps of soul energy, he soothed her fluctuating emotions and said, "I'm sorry, I've caused you unnecessary trouble." He looked at Tai Ching Yunhui, looked her up and down, and said slowly, "Why do you think I have a reason to love you? Are we familiar with each other?" Tai Ching Yunhui shook her head. "Today is the first time we've met, but it's also the first time Senior Su and Tai Ching Miaoyu have met. Why can she get it, but I can't get anything? You and I are just strangers who met by chance, and I can't find a reason to love you. Is it because you are beautiful? So it's only natural. Regardless of what I think about looks, in terms of looks, Tai Ching Yunwan here is above you. If I love someone, it's her." Tai Ching Yunwan, who was watching from the side, was stunned, a little embarrassed and unnatural. What made her even more uncomfortable was that Binghua Tsangxing and the Mermaid Emperor were looking at her strangely, as if asking if there was anything between her and Su Yu. Tai Ching Yunwan's face was slightly red, and she felt helpless. If an ordinary person dared to say such misleading words, she would have slapped him to protect her pure image. But Su Yu, did she dare? Even if he teased her on the spot, she could only smile and bear it. Tai Ching Yunhui shook her head calmly. "Then what is the reason for your love for Tai Ching Miaoyu? How am I inferior to her?" In her heart, Tai Ching Miaoyu was just an inconspicuous junior, and she could scold her at any time. But now, she was stepping on her head, which made her very indignant. "The reason is very simple." Su Yu smiled and touched Miaoyu's head. "Because when the people turned their backs on me, she was the only one who was willing to fight for justice for me. She was the only one who was willing to stand by my side and bear the disdain of the people. Is this reason enough?" Tai Ching Yunwan suddenly understood. No wonder Su Yu loved her, the ice and fire scripture, and Nitian Lungshan so much. At that time, the three of them were on Su Yu's side. Tai Ching Miaoyu even mustered up the courage to confront the people. Presumably, it was this that moved Su Yu. Otherwise, how could Su Yu be willing to pass on the sword techniques of the Demon Sword Emperor? Hearing that, Tai Ching Yunhui shuddered. The question was like a needle, piercing the deepest part of her heart. She clearly remembered what she had done when Su Yu had been abandoned by all living beings. She sympathized with Su Yu and wanted to cry out for him. But her actions were silent. She did nothing. Tai Ching Miaoyu, a junior who was inferior to her, rebuked the people and argued for Su Yu. She was at a loss for a moment, then sat down on the ground. Her face was filled with bitterness, self-mockery, and cynicism. She finally understood where she was inferior to Tai Ching Miaoyu. That was sincerity. "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Su Yu asked calmly. Tai Ching Yunhui did not have the courage to look directly into Su Yu's eyes. She bowed her head in shame. "I was possessed. Please forgive me, Senior Su." Nodding, Su Yu and the three emperors came to a mountain in a flash. The four of them sat facing each other, with Su Yu in the middle, looking like the leader. Su Yu grabbed with one hand, and a storage ring fell into the void. It was Niti and Hanxing's storage ring. The mermaid emperor's eyes flashed, and he found the Brahma puppet in it. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not damaged. After thinking about it, the mermaid emperor handed the puppet to Su Yu. It will be kept by Senior Su. He called Su Yu Senior reluctantly. Taiching Yunhuan and Binghua Cangxing were delighted to hear that. It was more reassuring to hand it over to Su Yu than to hand it over to the mermaid emperor. However, Su Yu shook his head. Since this belongs to the mermaid emperor, he should be in charge of it. In the face of a disaster, I believe that no matter who it is given to, they will try their best to make use of it, and there should be no suspicion. Now, what we need to discuss is gathering the blood of the people. Taiching Yunhuan said, Senior Su, rest assured, before this, we have reached an agreement to collect the blood of all people, water the Brahma puppet, and kill the evil woman. I will pass on the order to gather all the people in the Taiching Empire to contribute their blood. I will pass on the order immediately, Binghua Cangxing said. Su Yu nodded with satisfaction. That couldn't be better. When it was the mermaid emperor's turn, he smiled and took out several cavern worlds. Su Yu glanced at them and saw that they were all the blood of all people. Recalling his indifference to the people's pleas for help when the earth fire destroyed the world, Su Yu's eyes flashed with a few rays of light. Only the heaven-defying empire is left, Su Yu said with a frown. Taiching Yunhuan said, Senior Su, rest assured that the people of the heaven-defying empire are also suffering under Niti and Hanxing. If you can kill him, the people of the heaven-defying empire will be grateful. If you give the order, I believe it will be very easy. Is that so? Su Yu nodded slightly, and with a wave of his sleeves, the Yongye siblings, Luo Shuari, and the tree goddess flew out. Then, Su Yu wrote a summons in the air with his will and handed it to the three of them. Please go to the heaven-defying empire and prepare enough space storage devices. They were already aware of this matter and immediately took the order and left. Just wait for the Moonwatch sect leader and the three of them to bring back the rest of the blood of the people, Su Yu said expectantly. Taiching Yunhuan's face was full of joy and he heaved a long sigh of relief. This matter has finally been settled. The only pity is that we have let the Nimo and Yongye Chomor escape today. Those two creatures are a disaster after all. Binghua Cangxing's eyes were filled with deep fear. He still had lingering fear when the Nimo destroyed the world. The oppressive aura that Yongye Chomor exuded made him deeply uneasy. The mermaid emperor's brows were deeply furrowed and he let out a long sigh. It's a pity that all our efforts have been wasted. If Yongye Chomor hadn't appeared out of nowhere, the Nimo wouldn't have been a big problem. If we let him go now, there will be endless trouble in the future. His words were still vaguely blaming Su Yu. However, right at this moment, a long laugh suddenly came from the void. You can do whatever you want, but you can't escape from the evil you bring upon yourself. Everyone, who knows if Yongye Chomor is digging his own grave? Chapter 1558. The mermaid emperor's eyes were sharp, and he grabbed at the void on the side. Sneaky. Come out. However, he grabbed nothing, which surprised the mermaid emperor. Is this the law of space? Taiching Yunhuan narrowed her eyes and tried to make a move. She had clearly locked on to the other party, but when she attacked, the other party disappeared without a trace. The same was true for Binghua Cangxing. It was as if the other party could change his position at will in space, which was unpredictable. Su Yu was the only one who was surprised. He casually tapped a spot 30 feet away from his side, and a figure that was hiding in the void suddenly appeared. The figure staggered a few steps in a sorry state. He was not annoyed, but laughed and said, "You are the best. You caught me again." Everyone looked at it and saw that it was a rat-headed man. After appearing, he swaggered and sat down, not taking anyone in his eyes. The mermaid emperor's eyes were cold. "How dare you?" He immediately made a move and struck with a mysterious palm. The rat-headed man laughed and let the palm hit him. As a result, the palm that should have hit him suddenly disappeared, as if it was swallowed by an invisible space crack. Then, 3 inches behind the Mermaid Emperor, the missing palm suddenly appeared and hit him on the back. The Mermaid Emperor's body was special. After being injured, it did not affect him at all, and he did not even feel the slightest pain. It was just that he was angered. You are courting death. The Mermaid Emperor suddenly stood up, his aura extremely fierce. Hihi, who is afraid of you? The rat-headed man laughed, unafraid. Suyu said lightly, you too, this is not a place to quarrel. Only then did the two of them calm down. During this time, Tai Ching Yunhuan had been looking at the rat-headed man, her eyebrows furrowed as if she was thinking about something. After a long while, she suddenly remembered something and said, you are the world's top thief, Banyu? Binghua Tsangxing looked at the rat-headed man in surprise and said, I have only heard of his name, but have never seen him. Rumor has it that he is the descendant of the Tongtian overlord. There is nothing in the world that he cannot steal. It is said that he once sneaked into Nitian Guyun's side and stole his personal magic weapon. Nitian Guyun was so angry that he chased him for 10 years, but he failed to kill him. Ha ha ha. Banyu looked up to the sky and laughed. Listen to his boasting. 10 years of pursuit. He was obviously trapped by me for 10 years, and he still has the nerve to brag that he hunted me for 10 years. What? Trap Nitian Guyun for 10 years? Everyone was shocked. Only Suyu was not surprised. If he was really proficient in the law of space, with some special terrains, formations, and so on, it was not impossible to trap Nitian Guyun for 10 years. You didn't come looking for me because you still want the Tai East Emperor bell, did you? Suyu asked. Half Moon chuckled, that'll have to wait until I'm alive enough to escape from you. Suyu smiled but did not speak. Then what are you here for? The Half Moon deity said mysteriously, I have a big gift for everyone. The Mermaid Emperor sneered, what big gift can you give? Although Tai Ching Yunluan and Binghua Tsangxing didn't say anything, they didn't mind. With their vision and the current situation in the God territory, they were not as interested in emperor-based saint weapons that were ranked in the top 20 as they were in the past. Hihi, take a look and you'll know. Half Moon took out a small black bag with a smile. The bag was filled with something that looked heavy and round. He threw the black bag in front of Suyu and laughed. The thing has been delivered, and the favor of saving my life has been repaid. Outside the imperial city, it was Suyu who had pleaded for Half Moon's life. Suyu smiled and let him go. He didn't expect that his kindness would cause Half Moon to return the favor. Although Suyu didn't think that he could give him anything valuable, the nature of returning favors was quite to Suyu's liking. No matter what it is, it's worth saving, Suyu said to himself and poured out the thing in the black bag. Pitter-patter. As a result, a misty ball rolled out. It exuded a very strange light and power. Tai Ching Yunluan, Binghua Tsangxing, and the Mermaid Emperor were a little surprised and said, eh? Isn't this the ball in Yongye Chumo's hand? What is this? Tai Ching Yunluan was curious and wanted to touch it. Don't touch it. But Suyu scolded, startling Tai Ching Yunluan and causing her to retract her hand immediately. When she looked at Suyu's expression, Tai Ching Yunluan was even more confused. At this moment, Suyu's expression was very interesting. There was surprise, agitation, and excitement. Then, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a great gift. Yongye Chomo, you didn't expect this, did you? The crystal ball was none other than the epoch-making dragon's dragon pearl. Half Moon had used some unknown means to steal the most precious treasure that Yongye Chomo valued so much, right under his nose. Recalling how Half Moon had stolen the Tai Eastern Emperor bell from Suyu's sleeves without anyone noticing, Suyu felt that it was unimaginable. In the end, I still underestimated the bloodline of the all-reaching overlord. With such a weak cultivation, your ability to steal is so terrifying. It wasn't hard to imagine that Yongye Chomo must have hidden the dragon pearl in the most hidden and safest place on his body, but it still couldn't escape the heavenly mouse's eyes. That alone made him worthy of the title of the #1 godly thief in the god realm. Tai Ching Yunluan asked curiously, is this pearl very important to Yongye Chomo? Suyu still had an inexplicable smile on his face. It's more than important. You could say it's his life. Suddenly, Suyu recalled Half Moon's laughter and couldn't help but smile sympathetically. I'm afraid we'll have to say goodbye to Youngye Chomor forever. You really brought this upon yourself. At the end of the endless mountain range, Youngye Chomor appeared on the deserted mountain peak. At the same time, the inverse demon attached to Shangguan Feiyu's body appeared. If you agree to merge with us, the creature with the surname Su is nothing to me. I can kill him with a single thought, the inverse demon said indignantly. Youngye Chomor smiled with his hands behind his back. Then you can take over my consciousness. I'm not that stupid. Then why did you save me? The inverse demon's eyes flickered with vigilance. Youngye Chomor said with a faint smile, of course, I have a reason for saving you. You don't think I'll take the risk to be kind to a ferocious creature, do you? As soon as he finished speaking, Youngye Chomor took action abruptly and sucked Youngye Joyang towards him. Then, a tentacle that had reached Youngye Joyang's back was exposed. It turned out the inverse demon tried to attach himself to Youngye Joyang's body while they were talking. Shangguan Feiyu's cultivation was much lower than Youngye Joyang's. Therefore, the inverse demon couldn't exert his full strength. However, the cunning Youngye Chomor saw through his plan. Humph! Inverse demon, do you still want to turn over a new leaf now that you are in my hands? Just be my spiritual pet. Youngye Chomor's expression changed as he sneered several times. The inverse demon laughed. You want me to be your spiritual pet? Ha, ha, ha. Dream on. Even if this body is not good enough, you are not qualified to control me. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. With the inverse demon, he could run away in the blink of an eye. Youngye Chomor said sarcastically, you don't think I'm stupid enough to give you a body, do you? What? The inverse demon's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, Shangguan Feiyu's body exploded from the inside out. Both his body and soul were destroyed. The inverse demon, who had just been attached to, lost his body in the blink of an eye. Then, he turned into a weak black shadow. Lying on the ground, he struggled and became weaker quickly. Youngye Chomor flew over with great joy on his face. I wanted to hide in the Empire to heal my wounds. I didn't expect to meet the inverse demon here. Most importantly, he is still in a weak state. I really have to thank Suyu. Ha, ha, ha. At this time, the inverse demon stretched out his legs and tried to entangle him. However, when his tentacles were 3 inches away from the inverse demon's body, they were bounced back by an intense dragon power. Youngye Chomor laughed coldly. You still want to attach yourself to me? Humph, humph, be a spiritual pet of this old man. Heh. Youngye Chomor took a deep breath and released part of the dragon power in his body. The dragon power condensed into shackles and bound the inverse demon. The inverse demon tried to break through the shackles of the dragon power, but strangely, he couldn't. Haha, this is the epoch-making dragon power of the epoch-making dragon. It's not an ordinary dragon power. Although I can only mobilize 1/10,000th of it, it's enough to suppress you for eternity. As long as the Dragon Ball is still in my hands, you won't have to give in. Youngye Chomor laughed loudly. The inverse demon stared at Youngye Chomor with hatred and slowly closed his eyes, waiting for an opportunity to escape. On the other side, a sharp scream suddenly came from the Star River God Realm, which had been silent for a long time. Ha ha ha. The body of 9 gods is finally complete. His wild laughter shook the 4 realms of the Star River. At the same time, 9 savage auras from the wilderness swept through time and space. Suyu. You didn't expect this, did you? I, Jiyu Taishu, am not fated to die. Just you wait. A month later, the Moonwatch sect master and the 3 people who went to the heaven-defying empire returned one after another, bringing back the blood of all living beings. Hundreds of cavern worlds were filled with the blood of all living beings. The Mermaid Emperor was pleasantly surprised. He took out the heaven-burning puppet that had been soaked for a month. Before this, the blood of all living beings of the Taichu Empire had been poured into the Brahma puppet. There was a slight change on the surface of its body, and there was an additional will. The will was almost tangible, and it contained great lethality. In the past, the Brahma puppet was only equivalent to the combat power of a level 2 deity. But at this moment, it was vaguely qualified to compete with a level 1 deity. And this was just the beginning. Looking at the blood pools of 100 cavern worlds, the Mermaid Emperor's eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. After absorbing the blood of all living beings, it will be the doomsday of the sinful woman. The Moonwatch sect master stared at the Mermaid Emperor and frowned deeply. His intuition told him that the Mermaid Emperor was very dangerous. Where is Su Yu? He looked around, but Su Yu was nowhere to be seen. Taiching Yunwan's eyes turned to a mountain in the distance. He has been training in seclusion at the bottom of the mountain for a whole month. As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain suddenly collapsed, and the crevice shone brightly. A rotating snow-white shadow of light circled out from the bottom of the mountain, emitting an unparalleled sharpness. The Mermaid Emperor's expression froze, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. In just a month, he has cultivated the world annihilation plate control technique to the extreme. Should I be happy or worried? Chapter 1559. Then, from the crumbling mountain, rich yin and yang energies gushed out. The two energies intertwined and converged into a chaotic land of yin and yang, restoring the crumbling mountain to its original state. Yin and yang are so chaotic that time and space are reversed. Taiching Yunwan was most familiar with the yin and yang energies. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of divine technique is he cultivating?" The Moonwatch sect master's pupils constricted, and he said, "It's the sky-splitting yin and yang style, yin and yang reverse chaos." At first, Su Yu had only scratched the surface of it, but now he had truly mastered it. Suddenly, a young man with a crown on his head walked out of the restored mountain. What was incredible was that he went straight through the mountain as if his body was nothing. However, upon closer inspection, he was clearly a physical entity. The Moonwatch sect master was shocked. It really is the yin and yang reverse chaos. He can transform between yin and yang at any time, and even temporarily affect the operation of time and space. But how could he comprehend it to such an extent in just a few years? Su Yu leaped out and said, "Everyone is here. Is everything ready?" Everyone nodded. "Everything is just waiting for the Brahma puppets to finish watering, and then we will enter the ancient tomb." The Mermaid Emperor was full of confidence. Senior Su, you have come out of seclusion." Taiching Miaoyu ran over energetically and handed over a few invitations with a smile. "Right now, the living beings of the Lost Nation have gathered in the divine realm and are preparing to gather in my Taiching dynasty. Right now, there are several meetings being held in the dynasty, such as competitions and auctions. Many of the organizers of the meetings want to invite Senior Su to come and support them. Here, this is the invitation." Su Yu glanced at them and shook his head with a smile. "I can't spare the time to accept them, so I can only apologize." The Moonwatch sect master said, "You can refuse the ordinary meetings, but you'd better attend the competition. Of course, you will be watching the battles as a distinguished guest." In a flash, Su Yu understood the Moonwatch sect master's intention. The war was approaching, and people were restless. They urgently needed to inspire the courage of all living beings. The more strong people there were, the more determined they were to fight. It was reasonable to hold a grand competition. If Su Yu was willing to attend, the influence of the competition would expand several times. After pondering for a moment, Su Yu nodded. "All right, I'll participate. If the three monarchs have nothing else to do, you can come along as well." Taiching Yunluan and Binghua Tsangxing were naturally willing, but the Mermaid Emperor refused, saying that he still needed to water the Brahma puppets himself. "All right, I'll go back and prepare first. I'll definitely be there when the time comes." As the host, the Taiching Yunluan naturally had to make meticulous preparations. Binghua Tsangxing thought for a moment and said, "I also have to go back to the royal family. There are still some inheritance wall carvings left by the ancestors that I need to deal with personally." Su Yu nodded. The legacy of an empire was, after all, enormous. Hence, it needed to be dealt with seriously. After bidding farewell to Su Yu, Bing, Hua, Kang, and Xin at the empty palace, Binghua Tsangxing's heart felt empty. He sighed sadly. "I wonder how many people will survive this calamity. Sighing, Binghuo Cangxing teleported into the most heavily restricted forbidden area in the palace. The restrictions here had been passed down from the era of the divine warriors of heaven and earth. After billions of years, they were still in operation. Although the restriction had lost 99% of its power, no one could break in. Even if it was Su Yu, Binghuo Cangxing believed that it was impossible for him to break in. He opened the restriction and entered the forbidden area. This place was called the Holy Palace of the Wall Carvings. There were many inheritances left behind by the ice and fire divine warriors, all of which were engraved on the stone wall. For many years, only the emperors of the past were qualified to enter. Other creatures, if they entered, would be executed, no matter who they were, not even the prince who was about to succeed the throne. However, when Binghuo Cangxing entered, he was horrified to find that in front of the stone wall, there was an old man in a black robe. He turned his back to Binghuo Cangxing and looked at the wall carvings very leisurely. At this moment, he did not look back and said, "I didn't expect that the ice and fire divine warriors would also have inheritances left behind." Unfortunately, the descendants were useless and did not inherit his inheritance. Binghuo Cangxing said angrily, "Who are you? How did you get in?" For some reason, Binghuo Cangxing looked at the back of the other party and felt a sense of horror. The old man turned his head, revealing an old face and a black dragon horn that was faintly discernible on top of his head. He said indifferently, "If your ancestor was still alive, he would have called me the World Annihilation Dragon." "Impossible. The seal has not been lifted. How could you appear in the outside world?" Binghuo Cangxing's heart trembled. The old man said, "Of course, I have to thank that civilization weapon, which once again destroyed part of the seal. I can more or less exert some of my strength. What you see is just a part of my incarnation." The seal was destroyed. Binghuo Cangxing's heart was beating wildly. So, the sinful lady was likely to be born earlier than expected. No. He had to inform Su Yu and the others as soon as possible. If he waited until the sinful lady was born before breaking into the ancient tomb, everything would be over. Swish. Without hesitation, Binghuo Cangxing turned and fled, not even caring about the inheritance of the ice and fire royal family. The black-robed old man put his hands behind his back and did not intend to chase after him. However, behind Binghuo Cangxing, in the shadow, a young man with extremely powerful cultivation walked out. His facial features were ordinary and somewhat similar to those of the human race. But there was also a pair of dragon horns on top of his head. "There is another incarnation," Binghuo Cangxing said in surprise. What answered him was an indifferent punch from the young man. Binghuo Cangxing did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He exerted all his strength. Boundless ice and fire. Ice and fire converged between his palms, intertwining into a powerful force of annihilation. The two fists collided in the air. As a result, Binghuo Cangxing opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of divine blood. His body was penetrated by the power of the fist. The body of a level 2 deity was shattered on the spot, leaving only his soul. His body was shattered by a single punch. Binghuo Cangxing could not believe it. However, he reacted extremely quickly. The moment his soul left his body, he immediately fled through the secret chamber. However, he had only escaped a few steps when another terrible punch came from behind him. Binghuo Cangxing's soul was shattered in an instant. With the pain of his soul being torn apart, Binghuo Cangxing sent out the last soul message of his life with his last strand of will. "Su Yu, be careful." Then, his soul was destroyed, and he perished in the world. After the young man killed him, he walked up to the old man with no expression on his face. Strangely, he turned into a black hair and floated back to the old man's head. The young man who killed a level 2 deity with a punch was just the old man's incarnation. The incarnation of the incarnation. Many years have passed, and their descendants are getting worse with each generation. They are not even as good as a strand of hair of the original incarnation. The old man closed his eyes and shook his head. Swish. His figure disappeared on the spot, as if there was no mistake about the seal. The next moment, he appeared at the border of the Empire of Darkness. He grasped the air, and a fluorescent light flew into his palm. This thing was a message sent by Bing Hua Tsangxing with the last of his soul power. In an instant, it flew out of a radius of 10 billion miles. However, the old man caught up with it in the blink of an eye. After glancing at the fluorescent light, the old man did not extinguish it. Instead, he let go of his hand and let it fly towards Su Yu. His old eyes stared at the direction of the fluorescent light and murmured, "It turned out to be in that direction." A few days later, in the capital of the Taiqing Empire, in the face of a great disaster, there was a bustle that had never been seen before in the era of the divine warriors of heaven and earth. Creatures from all over the world gathered in the Taiqing Empire, and many strong men came to the capital. The news of Su Yu, the #1 person in the god realm, coming to the empire in person caused a stir in the capital, causing it to be overcrowded. The streets were already crowded with people, and when they walked, they were almost pushed by the crowd. The sky was also filled with martial artists floating in the air. They covered the sky and the sun, shrouding the earth in darkness. Those who didn't know better would think it was the middle of the night. The Taiqing Empire had mobilized all its forces, such as limiting the number of people entering the city, diverting the crowd, and making them line up in an orderly manner. However, their enthusiasm could not be stopped by a wall of the empire. There were several incidents of people breaking into the city gate. The guards guarding the gate were rushed into the sea of people in the city, and since then, they had never been able to squeeze back. All of this was caused by a piece of explosive news that almost drove them crazy. Su Yu had come in person. They were so enthusiastic just to see this unparalleled king, this legendary martial artist, with their own eyes. Even if they could see him in person, this trip would not be in vain. No one had expected such a fanatical scene. Huff, huff. At the entrance of the competition venue, the Moonwatch sect master rushed in, panting. He was exhausted. "Hey, sect master, did you come back from a fight?" At the entrance, Taiqing Miaoyu was chewing on an apple and said with a faint smile. The Moonwatch sect master looked unnatural. He looked back at the surging sea of people, and his heart was still fluttering with fear. It was crazy. They just wanted to see Su Yu. As the initiator who suggested Su Yu come in person, the Moonwatch sect master had never expected Su Yu to have such a high position in the hearts of the creatures from the god realm. On the rostrum, Taiqing Yunwan was frowning and smiling bitterly. The imperial city was out of control and was no longer under the control of the Taiqing Empire. She looked at Su Yu, who was resting leisurely with his eyes closed. She couldn't help but ask, "Senior Su, the duels are about to start. Could you please say a few words and ask everyone to make way for us? At least let the participants come in first." She looked out of the entrance and saw a bunch of participants blocked outside. They were all squeezed so hard that their faces were red. They were stuck in the sea of people and were about to be turned into meat pies. However, there were too many people. They could only stare at the entrance and could not enter at all. Su Yu opened his eyes and looked around at the empty arena. He said helplessly, "All right, don't push anymore." Unexpectedly, the crazily crowded crowd quietened down immediately. The participants finally squeezed in, panting. There were about 100 of them, and they were the strongest group of strong men in the current era. Most of them were powerful level 3 deities. However, even so, they were still out of breath from being squeezed. Taiqing Yunwan looked at the sky and said, "The auspicious time has come. Everyone, take a break and get ready for the competition." Haha, how can I miss out on such a lively scene? An indifferent chuckle was heard. A series of screams could be heard. The crowd blocking the entrance was parted to form a path. Looking back, it was a group of mysterious and unfamiliar black-robed youths. They were led by an old man and slowly entered the arena. Wherever the old man passed, the people blocking his path would be pushed aside, no matter what cultivation they had. Such a domineering entrance had infuriated a group of people. However, the strange thing was that anyone who wanted revenge couldn't get close to them no matter what. Right at that moment, a soul fluorescent light floated toward Su Yu. Su Yu frowned and caught the soul fluorescent light in his palm. A cry at the soul level echoed in his ears. "Su Yu, be careful." "Hey!" Su Yu stood up abruptly, his gaze grave. Then, his chest started to throb. His expression changed slightly as he looked at the black-robed old man, his eyes narrowed. He was too sleepy last night and didn't write 2 chapters. Today, he would make up for it. Chapter 1560. Taiching Yunhuan frowned and scolded softly, "Who are you? How dare you barge into the competition of the Taiching Empire?" The old man chuckled. "The Taiching Empire? The descendants of the Taiching Emperor? Ha. Each generation is worse than the last. Not even a level 1 deity has been born among his descendants. How dare you?" Taiching Yunhuan's face turned cold as she slammed her palm on the table beside her. "Barging into the Taiching Empire and humiliating our empire, how dare you? Men, chase them out," Taiching Yunhuan ordered. The guards in the arena rushed over quickly, their blades sharp. "Hold on," Suyu said. Taiching Yunhuan immediately signaled for the guards to be quiet and cast a puzzled look at Suyu. The old man and the group of mysterious youths he had brought with him were obviously not friendly. Sitting down slowly, Suyu sized up the old man and said, "The World Martial Arts Competition welcomes strong men from all over the world. Shouldn't you tell us where you are from?" The old man laughed. "I come from a hidden family, a descendant of the dragon race. These youths are my people. I heard that there are many heroes in the world, so we came to join in the fun and see how many strong men there are in the world today." Hidden family? Many of the creatures pondered. When the God Realm collided with the Lost Nation, there were indeed many God Realm families who hid in the vast Blackwood forest and never cared about the world. However, this was the first time they had heard of a descendant of the dragon race. Deep in Suyu's pupils, a pale color flickered as he glanced at the old man and the group of youths. Under the soul eyes, their souls were different and nothing unusual could be seen. However, Suyu's heart palpitated just now, and he was extremely vigilant. When the old man appeared, the fragment of the World Annihilation Dragon's chain of rules moved. This was no coincidence. What was more coincidental was that Binghua Tsangxing had sent a message with the soul fluorescence. There was only one sentence, a warning. The appearance of the soul fluorescence could only mean one thing: the destruction of the divine soul. If there was no accident, Binghua Tsangxing had perished, and her divine soul had perished from the world. In this world, there were only 2 people who could prevent Binghua Tsangxing's divine soul from escaping. One was Suyu, and the other was Yongye Chomor. Yongye Chomor might not even be able to protect himself, so there was only one person who could be killed. The mysterious old man in front. A descendant of the dragon race? Suyu's eyes were filled with a deep light. He could vaguely confirm that this person had a great relationship with the World Annihilation Dragon. Thinking back to the past, the World Annihilation Dragon had once used a reverse scale to transform into a young man to hunt him down. Suyu was even more certain now. However, compared to that young man, the old man in front of him was 100 times more terrifying. He was definitely not formed from a mere scale. "What? You don't welcome us? Or could it be that all of you are just a motley crew? Do you think people like you are qualified to attack the ancient tomb?" The old man looked around and sneered. These words were very successful in stirring up the emotions of the spectators and participants. Suyu muttered to himself for a moment. If he didn't allow them to participate, he would be showing weakness, and this competition would lose its purpose of inspiring everyone's courage. If he agreed, then they had come with ill intentions. After thinking for a while, Suyu slowly nodded. "Of course you are welcome. Please. Hehe, you know what's good for you." The old man chuckled as he walked to the rostrum and occupied a seat. That seat was originally reserved for Binghua Tsangxing. Taiching Yunhuan frowned. "Who allowed you to ascend the platform? You are not qualified to sit on this seat." The old man said indifferently, "To be precise, you are not qualified to sit on the same platform as me." Seeing that Taiching Yunhuan was about to argue again, Suyu secretly patted her arm, signaling her to be quiet. Taiching Yunhuan glanced at Suyu from the corner of her eyes full of anger. She didn't understand why Suyu had tolerated this person time and time again. Was there a need to be afraid of a mere hidden family? The old man's presumptuous behavior had angered the crowd. How could he be so arrogant in front of Senior Su? Does he still have any respect for the orthodox God realm? Senior Su is really too much. So what if he is a descendant of the Dragon Clan? Why is he so lenient to them? What's wrong with Senior Su? Why is he so accommodating? Puzzled questions and resentful complaints filled the hearts of the people. They didn't understand why someone as powerful as Su Yu would tolerate a small hidden family. They didn't know that if Su Yu didn't choose to tolerate, the consequences would be unpredictable. Let's begin, Su Yu said. Tai Ching Yun Luan was indignant. She sneered, all right, why don't you show us what kind of good juniors your small hidden family has nurtured? Yun Hui, you attack. Tai Ching Yun Hui had experienced setbacks and had washed away her former cold arrogance. Her temperament was steadier now, and she immediately leaped onto the arena. She is the most outstanding junior among the younger generation of the Tai Ching Empire. Let her have a taste of your brilliant moves. The old man didn't choose seriously, but pointed at a young man who was the weakest among them. He said, you go. If the outcome is not decided within 10 moves, you don't have to come back. The young man in black cupped his fists and nodded. He leaped onto the arena and stared at Tai Ching Yun Hui like a cold cheetah. Decide the outcome within 10 moves. The crowd couldn't help but laugh in anger. Who was Tai Ching Yun Hui? One of the 3 most outstanding heroes of the current generation. Since the demise of Nitian Shaw, she had become the leader of the 3 heroes. Judging from the cultivation of the young man in black, he should be a level 3 deity. It was wishful thinking to want to decide the outcome within 10 moves. Haha, how arrogant. Fairy Yun Hui, send him off the arena within 10 moves. That's right, let that bunch of ignorant mountain boars witness the glory of our god realm. Tai Ching Yun Hui was completely focused on attacking. Her first move was the Yunyang Tai Chi Wings. Her figure was fleeting, and she appeared behind the young man in black like a ghost. She attacked with the force of a thunderbolt. The young man in black seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. Without hesitation, he slapped the back of his hand. Tai Ching Yun Hui's attack failed. She immediately displayed the Yunyang Tai Chi Wings and changed the angle of her attack. Within a few breaths, she changed several times. Her afterimages overlapped with each other, and it was amazing. Tai Ching Yun Luan's beautiful eyes revealed a smile of approval. After experiencing setbacks, she has settled down a lot in the past 2 months. Her Yunyang Tai Chi Wings are very adept, and she is nearing completion. But Su Yu's expression was slightly grave. He said, this is already the 9th round, isn't it? Let's see if she can survive the last round. Survive? Tai Ching Yun Luan sighed. Elder Su, you have underestimated Yun Hui. Looking at the current situation, she still has the upper hand. Su Yu shook his head. The opponent has not even shifted his feet. Yun Hui has attacked 9 times in a row, but she has not even touched his sleeves. How can she have the upper hand? Just as Su Yu finished speaking, the situation in the arena changed in an instant. It's time to end this, the young man in black muttered to himself during the 10th round. It was also at this moment that Tai Ching Yun Hui teleported to the center of his back. She aimed at his vital spot and gave him a nimble attack. But suddenly, the young man in black in front of her disappeared. He had disappeared. He had disappeared even faster than her. This was enough to show that the opponent had a movement technique that was faster than her. Not good. Tai Ching Yun Hui's heart thumped. She had just thought of this when she felt a sharp pain on her back. With danger approaching, Tai Ching Yun Hui shot out a mass of yin and yang energy from her back, pushing her body away at the critical moment. She turned her head to look. Her pupils shrank as she realized that it was the man in black. He had appeared behind her with a trajectory that even she could not capture. Swish, the figure of the young man in black disappeared again. Before Tai Ching Yun Hui could react, her back was bombarded by a powerful force. Tai Ching Yun Hui activated her life-saving divine technique, using the yin and yang energy to protect her body, neutralizing 99% of the force. But the remaining small part of the force still caused her to spit out blood. She was sent flying into the arena and fainted on the spot. The audience was dead silent. A breath ago, Tai Ching Yun Hui had suppressed the opponent to the point that he could not fight back. A breath later, she was killed by the thunder, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Moreover, it was exactly 10 rounds. To be precise, it was 1 round. She had allowed her opponent 9 rounds. She had only used 1 round. Looking at the unconscious Tai Ching Yun Hui, whose chest was stained with blood, the audience could not believe that she was the leader of the 3 heroes of the younger generation. The old man chuckled. 10 rounds, and the winner has been decided. Tai Ching Yun Luan was shocked. She stared at the young man in black, her face full of fear. What a great movement technique. Peacock King, you go. Swish, a middle-aged woman in colorful clothes leaped out from the contestants of the Tai Ching Empire. His appearance was nothing special, and he did not stand out in the crowd. But as soon as she appeared, it immediately caused excited cheers. It's her. The number 1 king of the Tai Ching Empire, Peacock King. Didn't the rumor say that she had already passed away? She's actually still in the mortal world. It's actually her. The Peacock King, who is known as the best movement technique among the third heaven deities. I heard that she is Tai Ching Yun Hui's teacher. Tai Ching Yun Hui's movement technique was personally taught by this teacher. There's going to be a good show. Tai Ching Yun Luan stared at the old man. She is considered a third heaven expert of the older generation. Your junior might not be enough. Let's change. But the old man still laughed. No need to change. It's still 10 rounds. Arrogant. The audience was furious. The Peacock King was a famous expert of the older generation. He was not like the younger generation like Tai Ching Yun Hui. His strength was many times higher. Fine, you asked for it. Tai Ching Yun Luan's eyes flashed. Peacock King, since the opponent is so confident, you don't have to hold back. The Peacock King nodded expressionlessly. I know. After he finished speaking, he turned into a colorful shadow. In an instant, he flew around the arena. The entire arena was covered by colorful shadows. It was impossible to see where the Peacock King was. Tai Ching Yun Luan sneered and stared at the old man. Then, he looked at the youth in black with pity. It's time to change to the next one. But the corner of the old man's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. The youth in black did not give way. Instead, he raised his head and stared at the colorful shadows in the sky. His figure disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, the dense, colorful shadows were suddenly broken. The Peacock King's arms were bleeding profusely. He retreated. His calm face was replaced by shock. You didn't use movement technique. You, the youth in black, shook off the remaining divine blood on his claws. He said coldly, can't even withstand a single blow. Before his words reached the ears of the Peacock King, she suffered another untraceable attack. Poof, her body, along with her soul, was suddenly destroyed. Staring blankly at the bloody rain and the scattering soul fluorescence, everyone was stunned. 2 moves. The Peacock King died just like that. Chapter 1561. Haha, is this the strength of your god realm? All of you are vulnerable. Even the weakest of the people I brought is far inferior to her. The old man laughed. Do you really think you can defeat the evil woman with just a motley crew? In my opinion, you should give up on this idea and find a place to hide from the disaster. His sarcastic words fiercely stimulated everyone's self-esteem. What is there to be arrogant about? Isn't it just 2 consecutive wins? I'll do it. An unknown strong man jumped onto the arena, holding a strange long knife. I am Wu Yiming. Hearing this name, the audience inside and outside the arena erupted again. It's him. The former Knife Emperor Wu Yiming. What? 3,000 years ago, he defeated the 4 great empires of the same level? Wasn't it said that he was killed by Nitian Guyun? 3,000 years ago, among the younger generation, there was an outstanding figure who was famous in the god realm. At the age of 30, he reached the peak of level 3. His saber Dao was even more superb. Except for the 4 great emperors at the time, no one was sure that they could kill this person. Some people called him the Knife Emperor. 3,000 years had passed, and the youth of the past was no longer there. Instead, he was replaced by the old Wu Yiming. After 3,000 years, his cultivation and attainments in the saber Dao would definitely be astonishing. Even Tai Ching Yun Luan revealed a look of shock and doubt. Strange, isn't he dead? She could be so sure that Wu Yiming had already perished. This matter was not a secret among the 4 emperors. Back then, Wu Yiming was in the limelight, and the heaven-defying empire had extended an olive branch to him. However, Wu Yiming was rebellious and refused all the empires. In the end, he angered Nitian Guyun, who personally killed him to prevent him from falling into the hands of the enemy and becoming a big problem. Why was he still alive? While thinking, Tai Ching Yun Luan secretly asked Su Yu for instructions. But strangely, Su Yu closed his eyes and sat down, completely ignoring her. Tai Ching Yun Luan was helpless and could only stare at the arena with suspicion. 3 moves. Wu Yiming held the long knife and pointed it at the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth laughed. Okay, I will finish you in 3 moves. Shua, the black-clothed young man, disappeared abruptly once again. That strange and untraceable movement technique caused the hearts of all the spectators to rise to their throats. It was as if they could see Wu Yiming's tragic death again. However, Wu Yiming snorted coldly. What a sneaky trick. 1 blade to break all techniques. Wu Yiming's long saber swept out, shooting out endless saber shadows. With him as the center, they shot out in all directions, covering every angle. Puff! Instantly, a shocking scene appeared. Ripples of light flickered near the arena, and the sound of cloth being torn resounded. Then, there was an explosion, as if something had been destroyed. The scene on the arena seemed to have changed into another space. The arena was still the same arena, but it gave off a completely different feeling. This was especially true for the black-clothed youth. He had clearly disappeared, but now he had appeared behind Wu Yiming without anyone noticing. He was sneakily preparing to kill him. At this moment, everyone was enlightened. So it was an illusion. It was no wonder that the famous Peacock King, a martial artist who excelled in movement techniques like her, had died so tragically. It turned out that everyone, including the spectators, was already trapped in an illusion. The black-clothed youth she saw was just an illusion. The real black-clothed youth took advantage of her illusion to despicably injure her. Wu Yiming saw the clues and used his saber to break the illusion array. The black-clothed youth revealed a look of surprise. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He did not retreat but advanced instead, fiercely grabbing towards Wu Yiming's heart. Wu Yiming snorted coldly, cold saber like wind. The long saber in his hand suddenly stabbed into the arena. Suddenly, a gust of wind gushed out from the long saber. Like a tornado, it wrapped around Wu Yiming. That tornado was filled with extremely sharp saber chi. The black-clothed youth was caught off guard and was sucked into the tornado. He did not even have the chance to scream before he was torn into pieces by the tornado. The black-clothed youth was eliminated. Within 2 moves, he was cleanly eliminated. The Saber Emperor's swift and fierce methods were extremely inspiring. We won. We won. Long live the Saber Emperor. Ha ha ha, that's what you get for being arrogant. Our deity realm is blessed with great people. A mere barbarian dares to be so arrogant. On the platform, the black-clothed elder's expression changed for the first time. Traces of anger lingered on his face. Tai Ching Yun Luan let out a long breath. Although she had doubts in her heart, no matter what, Wu Yiming had indeed helped them vent their anger. Especially the death of the Peacock King. The descendant of the dragon race is only SOSO. Eliminated in 2 moves. Unable to withstand a single blow. Tai Ching Yun Luan's expression became much more relaxed. She was full of confidence. I advise you to return to the wilderness as soon as possible. Don't continue to embarrass yourself. The black-clothed elder stared at Wu Yiming and said in a low voice, don't you feel that it is too despicable for a soul body to participate in a spa? This is unfair. I suggest that we disqualify him from the competition. Hee hee. Tai Ching Yun Luan sneered, in terms of despicability, isn't it even more despicable for your clansmen to use illusions to confuse the opponent and ambush him to death? The black-clothed elder's expression was calm. Illusions are also a part of one's strength. Who said that illusions are not allowed? Tai Ching Yun Luan sneered. Then, who said that souls are not allowed to participate? Besides, you are well aware of how weak a soul body is. You clearly have a great advantage. Why are you still complaining that it is unfair? Why don't your clansmen also have their souls out of their bodies? How about it? These words won everyone's cheers. That's right. Why are you being unfair? Won't it be over if everyone uses their souls to fight? You really don't want face. You have the advantage and you still cry injustice. Hee hee, these wild boorish people are probably hoping that we will tie our hands and feet to compete with them. That is only fair. The merciless mockery caused the black-clothed elder's expression to gradually darken. He said coldly, "Fine. Then let's change people. You go." He pointed at another black-clothed youth. His aura was even stronger than the first. "I leave." However, Wu Yiming decisively went down. Carrying his long blade, he walked out of the venue without turning back. The onlookers were stunned. The morale that they had gathered with great difficulty started to decline again. However, a figure flashed on the arena, and a scholar in a scholar's outfit appeared. He waved his Chenkuan fan and said leisurely, "Let me go." The black-clothed elder glanced at him, and his old eyes lit up. "Another soul body. Who are you?" The scholar said casually, "I am the Nine-Poisoned Scholar." Hearing this, the onlookers were surprised again. The Nine-Poisoned Scholar. Is he the Poison King who shocked the 4 emperors of the God Realm 5,000 years ago? Yes. It should be him. His poison skills are superb and no one can compete with him. His disciples are all poison masters. The 9 Poisons sect that he created was on the verge of becoming the 5th dynasty. I can't believe he is still alive. This is unbelievable. On the rostrum, Tai Ching Yun Luan widened her eyes in surprise. The 9 Poisons sect had threatened the ruling position of the 4 dynasties, so they had been killed by the joint forces of the 4 dynasties. Their sect master, the 9 Poisoned Scholar, had been killed by Yongye Joyang. Tai Ching Yun Luan had seen that scene with her own eyes. He was definitely dead. Why is his soul still here? Strange. This is too strange. She asked Su Yu again, but found that Su Yu was still daydreaming. "Senior Su, why did you?" Tai Ching Yun Luan grumbled, but suddenly, her eyes flickered with wisdom. Her gaze swept past Su Yu and the 9 Poisoned Scholar below, and her heart was filled with ecstasy. The bewilderment on her face disappeared, replaced by a knowing smile, and she sipped her tea leisurely. "Come on, 10 moves," the black-clothed elder ordered. The second black-clothed young man jumped onto the arena and stared at the 9 Poisoned Scholar. "I don't need 10 moves, just 5 will do." Boundless trees fall, not only the Yangtze River rolls in. The black-clothed young man stood still and recited an ancient poem. When he finished speaking, a magnificent scene appeared on the arena and engulfed the 9 Poisoned Scholar. The black-clothed young man curled his lips disdainfully. "It seems I don't need 5 moves, just 1 will do." He put his palms together, and the magnificent scene shrank into a painting. Strangely, the 9 Poisoned Scholar was also trapped in the painting and couldn't escape. The black-clothed young man said coldly, "Drown him." Splash, splash in the painting, the waters of the Yangtze River suddenly rolled, setting off monstrous waves that drowned the entire painting, including the 9 Poisoned Scholar. Such a strange divine technique was truly frightening and frightening. Everyone was immediately concerned about the 9 Poisoned Scholar's safety. However, the 9 Poisoned Scholar's figure could no longer be seen in the waves. His breath had been cut off, as if he had been erased from the world. The black-clothed young man laughed sinisterly. How weak, so easily. But at that moment, the painting scroll in his hand was suddenly corroded into ashes by the poison. The boundless river water poured out of the painting like a broken dam, and the black-clothed young man was caught off guard and fell to the ground. "Ah!" The black-clothed young man let out a painful cry. The river water that rushed out was purplish-black and emitted an endless amount of poison. The black-clothed young man was completely corroded in the river water. When the river water in the painting flowed away, an elegant scholar leisurely walked out. He calmly glanced at the black-clothed young man and said, "The descendant of the Dragon Clan is only SOSO." After saying this, he fluttered his sleeves and floated away. "Ha ha ha. Child of the Dragon Clan, do you know how powerful the God Realm is? Since ancient times, the God Realm has produced many outstanding talents. Do you think that with just a little bit of the dragon clan's bloodline, you can look down on us? Ha ha, get lost quickly. Don't let your people die here. The black-clothed old man's face darkened slightly. He turned his head and stared at Su Yu. Although he had no evidence, his intuition told him that the two strange soul bodies that appeared consecutively must be related to Su Yu. All right, let's continue. The black-clothed old man snorted lightly and called out another black-clothed young man, whose ability was even stronger. On the side of the god realm, another strong man of the older generation who had been living in seclusion for many years jumped out. This time, it was an old monster from 8,000 years ago, the fatal swordsman. Seeing this scene, Tai Ching Yun Luan was completely relieved. Years ago, the fatal swordsman had been instructed to come to the imperial city to assassinate her. She had killed him with her own hands, his body and soul destroyed. There was no possibility that he would ever live again. Without a doubt, this was all Su Yu's doing, and the result was just as she had expected. Within 3 moves, the black-clothed young man had killed another one. The black-clothed old man's face was as gloomy as water. Next, on the side of the god realm, another old monster had appeared, and each one was stronger than the last. After 10 consecutive rounds, 10 black-clothed young men had been killed consecutively. Even the last one was extremely powerful, close to a level 2 deity. He was an existence that terrified even Tai Ching Yun Luan. Chapter 1562. He killed her with a single palm strike with his unparalleled combat power and unparalleled poise. That breathtaking power made the people of the god realm seethe with excitement. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the god realm to have so many hidden peerless masters. Each one is more ruthless than the last. Count me in this attack on the ancient tomb and annihilate the sinful woman. I'll go too. With so many strong men at the forefront, why would we be afraid that we won't be able to defeat a mere sealed sinful woman? Many who were timid and unwilling to go into battle were encouraged by the series of old monsters. The previous gloominess and depression were swept away, and the morale was unprecedentedly high. Tai Ching Yunwan's face was overflowing with joy. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she stared at Su Yu, her eyes filled with a strange light. What kind of existence was he? Wherever he was, there were miracles everywhere. Thinking back to the last ancient creature who appeared and was supposed to be dead, Tai Ching Yunwan felt that Su Yu's whole body was emitting a mysterious brilliance that could turn something rotten into something magical. Do I look good? Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of eyes that were as deep as the starry sky seemed to be flashing with lightning, causing Tai Ching Yunwan's delicate body to tremble. She hurriedly shifted her face away and said in a panic, "Don't misunderstand, I didn't mean that." After saying that, her face flushed as if she had been caught stealing for the first time. Su Yu smiled faintly and looked around at the audience with a look of surprise. Oh, is the sparring over? The audience didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Haha, Senior Su, you don't know. Our god realm sent out all the experts. Even the old monarchs who had been hiding for hundreds of thousands of years showed up. That scene was really thrilling. Senior Su, you really missed a wonderful show. Su Yu looked surprised. I didn't know that there were so many experts in the god realm. It's really surprising. I'll have to pay them a visit someday to discuss the matter of defeating the sinful woman. Hearing that, the audience was even more delighted. They believed that with Su Yu's presence, those ancient giants would be willing to join in the great battle. Suddenly, Su Yu looked at the remaining black-robed elder and said blankly, "Where are the descendants of the dragon clan? Why don't I see them? Their strength is not bad, and if they are willing to suppress the evil woman, they will also be a good fighting force." Immediately, a god laughed sarcastically and said, "They must have been too arrogant and were killed by the old monsters who couldn't stand the sight of them. Not a single one of them was spared." Su Yu was startled and shook his head regretfully. Sigh. Everything about those aged seniors is good, but their temperament is just too bad. No matter how arrogant those juniors are, they are still people of my divine realm. It would be a pity to kill them like this. Their actions were too ruthless, too ruthless. Pucci, Tai Ching Yunwan couldn't help but burst into laughter. She hurriedly covered her mouth and recovered her noble and calm demeanor. However, he was laughing uncontrollably in his heart. Others might not know, but she knew that those old monsters who had appeared were all Su Yu's handiwork. Seeing Su Yu reprimand them for being cruel and merciless, she couldn't help but laugh. Heh heh heh. At this time, the black-robed old man slowly stood up and let out an ear-piercing and unpleasant laugh. Tai Ching Yunhuan stared at him and said with a faint smile, "Could it be that you have gone mad because your people were all killed?" The black-robed old man's body slowly surged with a power that made the hearts of living creatures palpitate. That power seemed to contain the purest destruction, which could destroy everything in the world. Whether it was living creatures, objects, or the entire space barrier, there was nothing that could not be destroyed. Tai Ching Yunhuan's expression changed and she suddenly stood up. Her face was full of surprise and doubt. What is this? The power of destruction made her tremble with fear and panic. The black-robed old man ignored her and only stared at Su Yu. On the top of his head, a pair of short dragon horns hidden in his hair kept growing with the release of the power of destruction, turning into a pair of pitch-black, sharp dragon horns. His head also gradually changed from the shape of a human to a ferocious dragon head. Then, his body gradually expanded and began to grow pitch-black dragon scales. In a short while, he had turned into a giant pitch-black dragon that was 1,000 feet long, occupying the sky above the rostrum. The pair of dim yellow dragon eyes emitted a fierce light and stared at Su Yu from afar. His eyes were full of mockery. Su Yu, you are really as annoying as ever. I wanted to play with you a little longer, but you seem to think that your life is too long. He had wanted to stir up the competition and defeat the confidence of the people of the God realm with bloody means. However, he did not expect that Su Yu had used some unknown method to summon the soul of the dead that had perished countless years ago. In the end, not only did it not defeat the confidence of the people of the God realm, but it also made them unprecedentedly excited. His trip could be said to be a wedding dress for Su Yu. A simple competition was very limited in boosting the confidence of the people of the God realm. However, his participation was completely different, and the effect could be said to be 100 times greater. Su Yu also slowly got up and stared at the pitch-black dragon suspended in the air. He said indifferently, "As expected, it is really what you have transformed into, the World Annihilation Dragon." The people who had been cheering just now witnessed the dramatic changes in the venue with their own eyes, and they were all shocked. That old man was actually a clone of the World Annihilation Dragon. Then, could it be that the one who had just fought with them was also a clone of the World Annihilation Dragon? Thinking of this, the feet of many onlookers trembled, and their hearts were filled with unspeakable fear. As for Tai Ching Yunhui, she was lucky enough to escape, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. It was as if she had walked through the gates of hell. Hehehe, what I regret the most is that I did not kill you in the beginning, giving you the opportunity to grow. Today, your strength has reached such a level. In the great beginning realm, only the heavenly sons and goddesses can compete with you. The World Annihilation Dragon said, "Your potential is really beyond expectations. I believe that even the master would be surprised. If I had been cruel and used a few more scales, you would not be where you are today." Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back, showing no fear. He said, "You speak as if you did not go all out to kill me that day." He still remembered how powerful the young man who had transformed from the scale was. If Nitian Guyun had not happened to kill him, Su Yu might not have been able to survive until now. Anyway, it is time to return my magic weapon. The World Annihilation Dragon shook his head indifferently and spoke in the obscure dragon language. Suddenly, Su Yu's chest thumped violently, and his heart seemed to want to leave his body and return to its owner. The World Annihilation Dragon sensed it and stared at Su Yu's chest. He couldn't help but laugh. "You are really seeking your own death. You actually used my rule fragment as your heart. It seems that you do not know that once the rule chain recognizes a master, it will not be easy for the rest of its life. No matter how many times you refine it later, as long as the original master calls it back, it will immediately break away from your control. I didn't expect you to use it as your heart. In this way, it is really easy to destroy you." Once Su Yu lost his heart, as the strongest person in the God realm, even if he was not destroyed, his strength would be greatly reduced. In the face of the World Annihilation Dragon, his strength would be greatly reduced, which meant that he would definitely die. Return! The World Annihilation Dragon shouted. However, the heart in Suyu's chest only accelerated and gradually stopped. It had no intention of returning at all. The World Annihilation Dragon was stunned, and his eyes were full of surprise. He once again performed the dragon language. Return. However, the rule chain no longer responded, and all contact between it and him was cut off. How could this be? The World Annihilation Dragon was shocked, and his face was full of disbelief. When he came back to his senses, he roared furiously, "What did you do to my rule fragment?" Suyu looked indifferent and said, "Let me reiterate, it is my rule fragment, and it has nothing to do with you." Impossible. Once the rule fragment recognizes a master, it will never change its owner. Even the Pathmaster cannot change this iron law. How did you do it? Or, who is secretly helping you? The World Annihilation Dragon roared like a wounded beast that had been stabbed in the vitals. The one who helped him was naturally the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Only now did Suyu realize how difficult it was to change the owner of the rule chain. Even the Pathmaster could not do anything about it. If that was the case, did the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron surpass the Pathmaster in some ways? You don't want to say it. I will destroy you. The World Annihilation Dragon roared, and a cloud of pure black dragon breath came out of his nostrils. Suyu sneered, snorted, and also spat out a cloud of dragon breath. The two groups of dragon breath confronted each other in the void, offset each other, and disappeared into nothingness. Dragon breath. You refined the blood of the World Annihilation Dragon in the rule fragment. The World Annihilation Dragon was shocked again. He once thought that he had overestimated Suyu. However, when they fought, he realized that he had always underestimated Suyu. The power of the World Annihilation Dragon. The World Annihilation Dragon roared, and his whole body released a terrible power of destruction. It was this power that made the whole world tremble. A pure black destiny swept out from the body of the World Annihilation Dragon, like a dark cloud covering the sky above the venue. The World Annihilation Dragon wandered and rolled in the dark clouds, roaring loudly, "No one can take away my treasure, no one can destroy the world." The World Annihilation Dragon roared, and the power of destruction poured down like a broken dam. Tai Ching Yunluan's expression changed greatly. The people gathered here were the strongest people in the God realm. If the power of destruction descended, wouldn't they all be killed? If their vitality was already greatly injured before they could even subdue the sinful woman, then what was the point of continuing the subduing battle? Everyone was panicked and fled from the venue. However, when they escaped, they found that the venue had been covered by a looming power of destruction. Once they got close, they would immediately die. When was it set up? Why didn't we notice it? It must have been prepared before he came in. What? From the beginning, he wanted to kill all of us. The World Annihilation Dragon roared playfully, "Come on, let the so-called heroes of the God realm show up. I want to see if they will show up again." Obviously, they would not show up, because they were all heroes disguised by Suyu's own soul. They were just using their divine paths in the past. If this went on, the lie would be exposed. Right at that moment, a burst of hearty laughter resounded through the world, and it caused the destructive power that was pouring down to come to a stop. It's just an incarnation of the World Annihilation Dragon. There is no need for heroes to show up. I, Su, am enough. Suyu stepped forward and faced the World Annihilation Dragon with extreme contempt. If you show up in person, I might be afraid. Unfortunately, a clone is not qualified to be so arrogant in front of me. Ding! With a soft sound, a snow-white disc rotated in Suyu's palm. It was a replica of the World Annihilation Plate. Chapter 1563. A replica of the World Annihilation Plate. The arrogant dragon's expression suddenly changed. It seemed that the World Annihilation Plate of the World Annihilation Emperor had left a deep impression on him. It's good that you know him. Suyu's eyes became colder. After a brief moment of surprise, the World Annihilation Dragon saw the clues of the World Annihilation Plate. His yellow eyes were full of sarcasm. Oh, I almost forgot that the sinister World Annihilation Emperor has been destroyed. Without him, even if you get the real World Annihilation Plate, so what? Without the technique to control him, you can't even exert a 10,000th of the power of the World Annihilation Plate. You should rest in peace. The World Annihilation Dragon looked up to the sky and laughed. The power of destruction rolled down towards Su Yu. However, Su Yu's mouth was full of sarcasm. He said slowly, "Who told you that the World Annihilation Emperor is not in the world?" Chirp. The replica of the World Annihilation Plate in his palm suddenly rotated rapidly. The sharp edges around the plate drew sharp arcs. The surrounding space was instantly cut and shattered, revealing the space barrier. With a flick of Su Yu's palm, the rotating World Annihilation Plate left his palm and rushed into the sky. The power of World Annihilation crumbled upon contact. The world-destroying power that covered the sky was swept away in an instant. The World Annihilation Dragon was surprised. The first form of the World Annihilation Plate, the ultimate World Annihilation Blade? Su Yu's heart moved. The first form? Could there be a second form that no one knew about? His thoughts flashed, and his palm did not stop. The World Annihilation Plate did not slow down, and in an instant, it cut through the neck of the World Annihilation Dragon, leaving a bloody hole in his body. The World Annihilation Dragon roared in pain, and his yellow eyes were replaced by horror. With a sweep of his dragon tail, the World Annihilation Dragon immediately fled without waiting for the World Annihilation Plate to spin. The arrogant World Annihilation Dragon fled in the blink of an eye. The people under the stage were silent for a long time, and then burst into cheers like a tsunami. The World Annihilation Dragon, we defeated the World Annihilation Dragon. There are many outstanding people in the God realm. Not only are there ancient legendary figures, but there is also Senior Su, the strongest man of all time. Yes. We also have the Brahma puppets that have been watered with the blood of all living beings. With this thing, we can conquer the ancient tomb and destroy the evil woman. The disturbance of the World Annihilation Dragon did not destroy the determination of all living beings to destroy the evil woman. Shua Su Yu retrieved the World Annihilation Plate, a thoughtful look appearing on his face. Tai Ching Yunluan's face was filled with joy. Senior Su's abilities are unrivaled and no one in this world can match her. This concubine admires you greatly. This concubine is even more confident in this battle with the evil girl. The threat that this incarnation of the World Annihilation Dragon posed to her was no less than that of the Yongye Chomo. In the end, Su Yu managed to severely injure his opponent with just one move, forcing him to flee. He was very satisfied with this outcome. It's still too early to say. Su Yu's eyes lit up. This time, the incarnation of the World Annihilation Dragon is completely different from the past. If I am not mistaken, something must have happened in the ancient tomb. The Sky Cloud Phoenix's heart jerked when she heard this. After pausing for a moment, a remnant soul fluorescence appeared on Su Yu's palm. In silence, he placed it on the Tai Ching Yunluan's palm. A hurried soul sound transmission was transmitted to her ears. Bing Hua Tsangxing is already dead? Tai Ching Yunluan's soft body trembled. She lost her balance and almost fell. She froze in place. She was shocked, sad, and full of hatred. Was it done by the World Annihilation Dragon? It should be him, Su Yu said, his eyes flashing with a cold brilliance. After a long silence, the Sky Cloud Phoenix gradually became fierce, like a long arrow on a bowstring. In the past, our ancestors were in trouble. Now that the evil man has escaped, he wants to kill us again. I, the Sky Cloud Phoenix, as the descendant of the Tai Ching Emperor, will not tolerate such humiliation. Su Yu nodded. Don't force yourself. The changes in the ancient tomb are no small matter. If you are not prepared to die, do not go. Hearing the hidden meaning, the Sky Cloud Phoenix said, "What about you?" A touch of determination rose from her eyes. Su Yu said, "What should be ended, there must be an end to it. I will go alone." "Oh, Senior Su, are you looking down on me?" The Sky Cloud Phoenix smiled. Suddenly, her expression became serious, and she announced to the world, "I, the 101st generation heir of the Tai Ching royal family, announce that I will immediately open the Tai Ching royal family's treasure house. All the magical weapons, divine techniques, and treasures will be distributed to the people of the world. Anyone who is willing to conquer the ancient tomb can claim it." Su Yu was slightly moved. What great courage! As a woman, her breadth of mind was enough to make men blush with shame. Me too. A clear voice came. It was the Moonwatch sect master. I, the sect master, announce in the name of the master of the wizard tribe, all the available resources of the wizard tribe will belong to the people of the world to help in this battle. The historic decision of the two great emperors stirred up the people. The big and small forces all over the god realm felt the atmosphere of the end of the world and generously opened the treasure house. In an instant, the people of the god realm were unprecedentedly united. What do you think? The sky cloud phoenix smiled, the corners of her mouth curling into a high-spirited smile. Suyu was stunned. After a while, he slowly nodded. Good. Those who are willing to fight against the evil woman, please follow me. We are going to the ancient tomb now? The sky cloud phoenix was surprised. Suyu said solemnly, yes. There are changes in the ancient tomb. The ancient tomb is changing. We must rush there as soon as possible. But the Brahma puppet is still there. The sky cloud phoenix said. Shaking his head, Suyu said, plans can't keep up with the changes. I'm afraid we can't wait for the Brahma puppet to be successfully watered. Let's go to the ancient tomb now. Her eyes flickered for a while, and the sky cloud phoenix gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Sooner or later, it will come. There is no escape, we can only face it bravely. My fellow creatures, the battle against the evil woman has begun. Pick up your weapons, bring your determination, and follow Senior Su to destroy the ancient tomb. The Moonwatch sect master roared at the right time. The legend of Suyu's invincibility had been ingrained in their hearts until Suyu easily defeated the World Annihilation Dragon. Their trust in him had reached a point of no return. That trust had unknowingly turned into a kind of faith. They believed that Suyu was invincible, that Suyu could bring them the final dawn. Therefore, with a wave of his arm, many responded. All the strong men who had the strength to fight followed Suyu and charged into the ancient tomb. At the same time, on the nameless mountain, Youngye Chomor was staring at the inverse demon wrapped in the power of the epoch-making dragon with deep anticipation. After several days of continuous destruction and torture, the inverse demon finally showed signs of surrender. As expected of the inverse demon, you can withstand my torture for 9 days and 9 nights. Back then, the epoch-making dragon didn't even last half a day. Youngye Chomor panted and grinned hideously. I wonder if you can withstand it if I do it again. What answered him was silence from the inverse demon. Humph. Then let me have a good taste of this torture. Youngye Chomor laughed hideously in a hoarse voice, his face sickly. However, after 9 days and 9 nights of torture, the power of the epoch-making dragon stored in Youngye Chomor's body was insufficient, and the torture had to stop halfway. Haha, don't celebrate too early. I can have as much of the power of the epoch-making dragon as I want. Youngye Chomor smiled mockingly. He took out the dragon pearl and absorbed the power of the epoch-making dragon from it. Although he could only absorb less than 1/10,000th of the power of the epoch-making dragon, it was enough to quickly replenish the power of the epoch-making dragon. However, the moment he held the dragon pearl in his hand, Youngye Chomor was stunned. He lowered his head to look at the dragon pearl, and his pupils constricted. His face turned ashen. My dragon pearl. When was it swapped? How was the dragon pearl in his hand? It was clearly a petrified dragon egg. The dragon egg gave off an aura similar to that of the dragon pearl. Hence, Youngye Chomor did not realize that the dragon pearl had been swapped without him knowing. Who did it? Youngye Chomor was furious. He was a level 1 deity, but he was kept in the dark. Crack. However, what made Youngye Chomor's hair stand on end was that the ball of power of the epoch-making dragon beside him had lost its source of power. It became exceptionally weak, and a thin crack appeared silently. What really scared him out of his wits was that a pitch-black shadow as thin as a strand of hair extended out from the crack and wrapped itself around his legs. Through the crack, ear-piercing laughter that sounded like metal rubbing against each other could be heard. It sounded like it came from the depths of hell. Ha 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 ha. I've been waiting for this moment. Youngye Chomor, I'll remember your torture. Ha 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 ha, within the eternal darkness empire. 10 days ago, The glazed crystal mountains had already turned into a pool of scorching lava during the destruction of the Inferno Purgatory. Where the ancient tomb used to be, only a stone tablet was left, standing in the distance. On it, the words of the heavenly book carved in the blood of the divine warriors were extremely dazzling. They flickered rapidly and dyed the sky red. Today, the vicinity of the stone tablet had long been filled with the people of the god realm and the lost nation. In the sky and on the ground, there were people everywhere. Billions of years ago, the 9 divine warriors fought for the people and suppressed the invincible enemy. Today, billions of people gathered in front of the 9 Emperor tablet to suppress the invincible enemy. Time and space were reincarnated, and history seemed to have returned to a moment billions of years ago. The will of the people gathered together, suppressing the ancient tomb under the lava. Even Su Yu felt pressured by that kind of will. It was difficult to resist, let alone the bound world annihilation dragon. Gurgle. There was a series of bubbles in the lava, and a huge, ferocious dragon head emerged from the lava. On the top of its head, on the right dragon horn, a broken hole could be seen clearly. The wound was obvious, cut by a sharp object. It used a disdainful gaze to sweep across the common people. Its voice was ancient and lofty, reverberating throughout the entire god domain. Ants, are you here to welcome me into the world? Su Yu floated among the people and rolled up his sleeves. Stop pretending. The wind howled and the mighty force surged. The magma below was split in two by Su Yu, revealing the ancient tomb and the real body of the world annihilation dragon. A brush had pierced through his body and pinned him to a stone gate. The writing brush was simple and old, and no one knew how many years it had been through, but it was still as straight as before, nailing the huge body of the world annihilation dragon and making it unable to move. The stone door was the door that Su Yu had seen in the first place. It was a seal covered with the blood of the 9 divine warriors and written in the heavenly book. However, most of the seal had withered, and the rest were either dim or as weak as fluorescent light. Seeing this scene, Su Yu took a deep breath. After not seeing it for 10 years, the seal of the past had withered so much. Didn't this mean that if he had come a little later, the seal of the stone door would have broken itself? One chapter. Chapter 1564. The ignorant people stared at the situation of the world annihilation dragon, and their hearts were completely at ease. Ha ha ha. The world annihilation dragon has not escaped yet, and it is a great opportunity for us to kill him. My compatriots from the divine realm, fellow wizards, what are we waiting for? Kill the world annihilation dragon. Ha ha, anyway, if he doesn't die, I will. Today, I will fight the world annihilation dragon with my life. Chard. Chard. The sound of killing was boiling, like a long-suppressed underground fire erupting in one day. The world annihilation dragon couldn't help but laugh at the sky. A tiger is bullied by a dog, and a dragon is played by a shrimp. You are just a group of ants. What can you do to me? World annihilation dragon's breath. The dark dragon's breath covered the sky and swept across, and the first group of creatures that approached were instantly evaporated into nothingness. The creatures that chased after it all felt a chill in their hearts. A mere dragon breath can kill 10 people. But do you think it can kill billions of lives? Someone in the crowd roared. Swoosh. 2 beautiful figures, like graceful white cranes, cut through the sky and bravely rushed out against the surging dragon's breath. Swish. The 2 of them each used a magic of the dragon clan to shatter the dragon's breath. World annihilation dragon, how dare you, who has been sealed, be so arrogant? One of the beautiful figures shouted softly, and a dragon shadow appeared behind her, speaking in the dragon language. Countless chains of law descended and tightened their necks, blocking the dragon's breath through their nostrils. A dream is like 1,000 years. At the same time, another beautiful figure flew over and performed the mysterious magic of the dragon clan. The world annihilation dragon seemed to be in a trance, and his eyes showed signs of dullness. Seeing this scene, the people once again inspired their courage and burst out with a strong murderous intent. Kill. Kill it. Trillions of living beings charged over at the same time, filled with boundless will. The world annihilation dragon woke up from his dream and roared, "You lowly ants, you will die first." His body shook, and 100 reverse scales fell from his neck. Each reverse scale turned into a black-clothed young man with a monstrous aura. All of them were level 3 deities. Then, the 2 dragon horns on the top of his head broke off and turned into 2 black-robed old men. Impressively, they were the old men who had disrupted the sparring session. However, there were now 2 of them. In an instant, the World Annihilation Dragon had countless cultivators. In particular, the 2 dragon horns transformed into black-robed old men. Each of them was an imposing existence comparable to the first heavenly layer. They were extremely dangerous. As expected, as soon as they appeared, the scene immediately became a one-sided massacre. However, the number of living beings in the divine realm was overwhelming. There was no end to them. No matter how much they killed, there would always be another wave of reinforcements. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't free themselves from being entangled by all living beings. Sure, 2 beautiful figures flew back to Su Yu's side. They were Bai Wanqing and Yongye Chushue. Whoosh, then, another beautiful figure quietly sneaked back to Su Yu's side from the depths of the crowd. Her eyes were full of excitement as she looked at the people who were fighting endlessly. She took a deep breath and tilted her head. Everything is going according to Brother Su's plan. The World Annihilation Dragon will be temporarily suppressed by the people. Su Yu nodded slightly and sighed deeply. If there was enough time, we could have waited for the Mermaid Emperor's heaven-burning puppet to finish watering. Unfortunately, time waits for no one, so I have to do it myself. We swear to follow Brother Su to the death. The eyes of the 3 of them flashed with a firm light. Su Yu said, "Good. Life and death will depend on this fight." At the same time, he added in his heart, whether he could see Xia Jingyu again depended on this fight. "Follow me." Su Yu took a step forward, passing through all living beings and arriving in front of the stone gate. The 3 women followed closely. The 2 kings, Taiqing Yunhuan and the Moonwatch sect leader, also arrived one after another. Kai, after Su Yu landed, without hesitation, he smeared a layer of colorful divine blood on his fingertips and swiped it across the stone gate. A blood talisman condensed by the blood of the 9 emperors immediately emitted green smoke and was erased by this finger. "Ah, Senior Su, what are you doing?" Taiqing Yunhuan was shocked by Su Yu's actions. The eyes of the Moonwatch sect leader were also full of confusion. The blood talisman was destroyed. Doesn't that mean that the sinful girl was released? Everyone knew that the sinful girl was sealed by the 10,000 blood talismans condensed by the divine blood of the 9 emperors. If Su Yu destroyed the few remaining blood talismans, wouldn't that mean that the sinful girl was released? Su Yu's fingertips kept smearing, and he shook his head slowly. "I don't think it was the blood talisman of the 9 emperors that sealed the sinful girl." The more he came into contact with the sinful girl, the more he realized how terrifying she was. A creature at the level of the Pathmaster was superior to the divine warriors of heaven and earth in every aspect. How could she be sealed by the divine blood of the 9 emperors? Moreover, Su Yu had seen this scene with his own eyes, and he was even more skeptical about this statement. In the reversal of time, he saw with his own eyes that the sinful girl chased the Kylin divine warrior until he had nowhere to escape. The 9 emperors were obviously killed one by one. How could the 9 emperors unite and sacrifice themselves to suppress the sinful girl? The truth described in the inscription on the tablet must be false. Someone must have put the bodies of the 9 emperors together and made this tablet. This tablet and this blood talisman suppressed the sinful girl and the World Annihilation Dragon. The truth was that the sinful girl was suppressed by something else, just like the ancient and mysterious brush that pinned the World Annihilation Dragon. Everyone was stunned. The truth that they knew from the secret scriptures of the royal family had been passed down for hundreds of millions of years. But it turned out to be false. Taiqing Yunhuan shook her head with certainty. "No, the secret scriptures of our Taiqing royal family have never been broken, and there is no possibility of it being tampered with. Moreover, even if it was tampered with, what about the Empire of Ice and Fire? What about the heaven-defying empire? What about the Empire of Darkness? Could the fact that the sinful girl was suppressed in their secret scriptures have also been tampered with? Tampering with the secret scriptures of all the descendants of the emperors at the same time was not something that could be done by ordinary people. Especially in the era when the 9 emperors were destroyed and there were no emperors, it was even more difficult to do this. However, Su Yu was very confident, and he quickly wiped the blood talisman with his fingertips. When the last faint fluorescent blood talisman dissipated, the stone door that had been sealed for hundreds of millions of years slowly opened with a long creaking sound. Taiqing Yunhuan, the Moonwatch sect master, Luo Shuari, and Yongye Chushue all held their breath, their bodies tense, and they were ready to go. It was as if they could already see a demon that had threatened the god realm for hundreds of millions of years staring at them in the flames of hell. However, when the stone door opened, the reaction of the world annihilation dragon was not relief or excitement, but a roar. "Filthy ants, don't go in." His reaction confirmed Su Yu's suspicions. What really trapped the sinful girl was something else, and it was not the blood of the 9 emperors. The heavy stone door slowly opened. As the dust on the stone door flew up, a dense white mist gushed out from the stone door. A special aura rushed over like a tidal wave. Everyone took a breath and felt relaxed. However, the next scene caused everyone to tremble in fear. "What? My cultivation?" Luo Shuari was the first to speak in surprise. She had been stuck at level 3 for many years and had never advanced. However, after taking a breath of the dense white mist, she suddenly broke through the bottleneck she had been stuck at for many years and reached level 2. "Me too." A strong breath suddenly appeared, like a silkworm breaking out of a cocoon. Yongye Chushue had also broken through to level 2. Next was Bai Wanqing. The most shocking thing was that Taiqing Yunhuan and the Moonwatch sect leader, who had been stuck at level 1 for many years, unexpectedly broke through to level 1 after accidentally taking a breath of the dense white mist. That absolute crushing might shook all living beings. How is this possible? The two of them cried out in shock. Taiqing Yunhuan's eyes widened as she stared at the powerful breath rolling in her body in disbelief. Her face was full of shock. "I need at least 3,000 years to reach level 1. What is this white mist?" The Moonwatch sect leader also looked incredulous. "It can't be. The cultivation of the wizard tribe is mainly based on the absorption of sorcery energy, which is completely different from the divine path. How could I break through immediately after taking a breath of the white mist?" The dense white mist flowed from the stone door and slowly spread in all directions. "Ah, my cultivation has broken through to the next level. Haha, I have reached the realm of level 3 deity. My cultivation has also improved, and I am on the verge of breaking through. My goodness, I have also improved a lot. What the hell is this magical thing? My cultivation has also improved." The closer they got to the dense white mist, the more obvious the increase in cultivation became. On the contrary, in the thin white mist area, the increase in cultivation became weaker and weaker. The unexpected benefits were like a meteorite falling into a calm lake, splashing big waves. Those in the back who had not benefited from the benefits could not help but be jealous. F***CK. Is there such a benefit? Get out of the way, let me squeeze in, let me do it. The creatures in the back rushed over like a huge wave, completely drowning the world annihilation dragon. Inside the stone door, the dense white mist gradually thinned. The gloomy, decaying, and ancient scene that they had imagined did not appear. Instead, it was a place full of cold air. The deep coldness was chilling to the bones. In the eyes of Su Yu and the others, a glacier and snowy land were reflected. Looking around, there were endless glacier and pure white snowflakes. In the world of ice crystals, there was no dust. It was as clean as a mirror, like a place outside of the mortal world, uncontaminated by the mortal world. Su Yu's pupils gradually shrank, and his breathing accelerated slightly. A familiar scene. Under the divine realm of the Great Eastern Alliance, wasn't the world frozen in time exactly like this? The difference was that this world of glacier was purer, and it made people's hearts palpitate from the soul. It was as if they had come to the land of a 9 heavens Shen fairy. It was her. Su Yu took a deep breath, his eyes sharp and fierce. An ice crystal could freeze time for billions of years. With a thought, it could kill billions of people. With a look, it could see through time and space for billions of years. Sinful girl, use your blood to find my Jingyu. Su Yu could not suppress the fear in his heart, nor could he suppress the despair. His eyes were like lightning as he glanced around. Su Yu frowned slightly, and his heart was full of doubts. The world of Glacier was not big, and it could be scanned with a thought. However, what surprised Su Yu was that there was no sign of the sinful girl. Tai Ching Yunhuan and the others were also shocked, and they all flew into the world to search around. But the result was inconceivable. There is no sinful girl here. The Moonwatch sect master held a dusty ice mirror in his hand, which was used for communication. Other than that, there was nothing in the world of Glacier. Ha 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 ha. Stupid ants, who told you that the master was sealed in the stone door? The World Annihilation Dragon's sarcastic laughter echoed in his ears. There is only a communication divine item left by her. The real master must be about to break free from the seal at this moment, right? Ha 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 ha. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't the sinful girl sealed in the stone door? Then where was she sealed? Suddenly, a place appeared in Su Yu's mind, and his expression changed dramatically. Let's go. We have been fooled. The high-profile appearance of the World Annihilation Dragon's dragon horn incarnation was part of his plan from the beginning to the end. Chapter 1565. Senior Su, what are you talking about? Tai Ching Yunhuan was stunned. When did they fall into the trap? Su Yu looked anxious and said, if you were about to break free, would you provoke the enemy at the most critical moment? No. Tai Ching Yunhuan said with certainty, if that were the case, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Su Yu said, how long has the World Annihilation Dragon lived? How could he not have the slightest bit of cunning? He could have secretly unlocked the seal one step ahead of us, but he insisted on appearing in front of us. What do you think his purpose is? With this explanation, Tai Ching Yunhuan and the Moonwatch sect leader suddenly understood. They were all leaders of a region, so they were good at scheming. So, they immediately understood the meaning behind Su Yu's words and came to a sudden realization. Looking at the God Realm and the Lost Nation, they were all attracted to the battle against the World Annihilation Dragon. How could they not understand the meaning of the World Annihilation Dragon? To buy time for the sinful lady to break free and prevent her from being interrupted. Ha 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 ha. Now you understand? Unfortunately, it's too late. The master is about to break free. Don't even think about disturbing him. The World Annihilation Dragon roared, and his huge body shook. The huge stone gate under him closed with a loud bang. Su Yu and the others rushed over the moment the stone gate closed, but the world of Glacier suddenly changed dramatically. Ice creatures with a strong aura of level 1 were born from the glacier. There were hundreds of them, and the leader was a snow beast that surpassed level 1 and was very close to the level of a middle god. Their faces were strange, and their bodies were full of hunger and thirst. Pairs of dark eyes stared greedily at Su Yu and the others. The Beast King appeared, and his eyes immediately shot out dark lightning. The lightning was a step ahead of them and fell on the stone gate, weaving into a net of electricity. Su Yu and the others stopped, and the stone gate closed with a loud bang. Before the gate closed, the World Annihilation Dragon looked up to the sky and laughed. You can rest in peace in the ancient tomb forever. The snow beasts left by the master will treat you well. Su Yu's face was sullen. From beginning to end, it was a trap. Including the ancient tomb, the purpose was to trap and even seal the strong man who broke in to kill the sinful lady. Who is it? Who is plotting this in secret? Su Yu's eyes narrowed. From the 9 Emperor stone tablet that revealed the truth of history, to the empty ancient tomb, to the 10,000 blood talismans that deceived all living beings and made them firmly believe that the sinful lady was suppressed in the ancient tomb, there must be someone hiding behind the scenes controlling everything in the dark. Senior Su, be careful. Suddenly, Tai Ching Yunhuan's cry of alarm sounded beside his ear. At the same time, an incomparably tyrannical level 1 divine power gathered the rich energy of yin and yang and blocked in front of Su Yu. The 2 pitch-black lightning bolts were blocked by the power of yin and yang, producing crackling sounds. Su Yu's eyes turned cold, and the World Annihilation plate flew out of his palm. With an extremely strong destructive power, the World Annihilation plate destroyed the lightning and headed straight for the Beast King. The Beast King's eyes shot out lightning continuously, blocking the World Annihilation plate. At the same time, hundreds of level 1 deities surrounded them from all directions. Tai Ching Yunhuan and the Moonwatch sect leader gasped. How could they, who had just broken through to the first heaven, fight against hundreds of level 1 deities? Don't get entangled with them. Destroy the glacier. There must be a ball of absolute beginning energy under the glacier. Su Yu was calm. Perhaps the absolute beginning energy was not the only thing that could give birth to such powerful creatures out of thin air. However, the only magical thing that could produce such a dense white fog and boost one's cultivation was the absolute beginning energy. Hearing that, the group of people immediately dodged the attacks of the many snow beasts and changed their focus to destroying the glacier. Boom! With a deafening roar, the Moonwatch sect leader shattered an inconspicuous glacier. At the bottom of the glacier, an exquisite incense burner was revealed. Inside the incense burner, an incense stick with carved dragon patterns was burning. The Moonwatch sect leader was shocked. This ancient tomb had been sealed for billions of years. What kind of incense stick was this? Why was it still burning? However, just as Su Yu had said, the incense stick gave off a very weak absolute beginning energy as it burned. Only after many years of accumulation could so many snow beasts be born. Taking out the incense burner, the Moonwatch sect leader tried to break the incense stick. However, even with his level 1 cultivation, his fingers couldn't leave a single mark on the stick. Sensing this, the snow beasts, including the Beast King, seemed to be infuriated. They roared and rushed toward the Moonwatch sect leader. The Moonwatch sect leader was calm and composed. It seems that Su Yu was right. If the incense stick is broken, these snow beasts will be affected. When he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and performed the most powerful sorcery of the wizard tribe, the lifeless soul-destroying curse. The tangible ripples swept across the area, but the incense stick remained unmoved. Let me try. Tai Ching Yunhuan rushed over and gathered the power of yin and yang. Her beautiful eyes became sharp. Yin and Yang primary awakening. The power of yin and yang separated abruptly, giving birth to an extremely sharp knife radiance. The knife radiance swept across the incense stick, but strangely, it didn't move an inch. 2 level 1 existences had exhausted all their strength, but still couldn't do anything to the incense stick. Get out of the way! With a light shout, the world annihilation plate cut through the air rapidly. However, to everyone's astonishment, the world annihilation plate only left purple sparks on the incense stick. It didn't even leave a mark on the stick. The snow beasts had already surrounded the Moonwatch sect leader and Tai Ching Yunhuan. Su Yu's eyes were solemn. The power of space appeared in his palm, and he teleported the two of them over. The snow beasts missed their target. They immediately turned around and pounced on Su Yu and the others angrily. Senior Su, even the world annihilation plate can't break this thing. We'd better fight it head-on. Tai Ching Yunhuan clenched her teeth and smiled bitterly. They had fought against the sinful woman, but they didn't even get to see her face before they were about to be buried in the ancient tomb. Moreover, they had finally broken through to level 1 and fulfilled their long-cherished wish. They didn't even have time to be happy about it. Su Yu turned a deaf ear to her and seemed to be deep in thought. Just as the snow beasts were about to complete their encirclement, Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had a thoughtful look on his face. It's not impossible to cut off the incense stick. However, the owner of this place was so kind and left us the key to open the stone door. Why do we need to do this? Heh! The incense stick was the key to open the stone door? No matter how one looked at it, the existence of the incense stick was a deliberate murderous intent. Its purpose was to kill all the living creatures that entered the ancient tomb. Where did Su Yu get the key? In response to their doubts, Su Yu only said one thing. What is the result of the collision between the strongest spear and the strongest shield? The fable that they had heard in their childhood suddenly dawned on them. The incense stick was invincible, and the stone door was extremely hard after hundreds of millions of years. When the two collided, one of them would be injured. Block the snow beasts for me. Su Yu took a deep breath and turned into a sharp arrow. He held the incense stick in his hand and pierced the stone door with the incense stick. Bang! A violent tremor that shook the mountains and the earth came. The entire world of glacier trembled violently. At the same time, a shocking explosive force erupted from the moment of contact. Su Yu was the first to be hit and suffered devastating damage from the shockwave. His body shattered in an instant, leaving only the torso of the rules behind. Fortunately, the pure vitality immediately restored his body. This was Su Yu. If it had been anyone else, they would have already died in the collision. An attempt at the cost of death was not without results. The incense stick was still there, and the incense stick was also there. On the other hand, the stone door had a crack the width of a person. However, the world annihilation dragon outside the stone door noticed it and immediately slapped its huge dragon tail to close the stone door. How could Su Yu do as he wished? A golden light flew out of his palm, and the divine nine-dragon cauldron appeared. It was stuffed between the cracks of the two stone doors, blocking them. Go! Su Yu whispered, manipulating the divine nine-dragon cauldron to continue to expand. Tai Ching Yunhuan, the Moonwatch sect leader, and the others came out one after another, leaving the ancient tomb. Finally, Su Yu also flashed out. The moment he appeared, Su Yu put away the divine nine-dragon cauldron without hesitation. He held the cauldron in his hand and slapped it above his head. A huge shadow also fell rapidly at this moment. Buzz! The divine nine-dragon cauldron trembled as if it had collided with something. Looking up, it was the furious world annihilation dragon. One of his huge black dragon claws was being blocked by the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Ant, how did you do it? You can open the stone door from the inside. The world annihilation dragon was extremely surprised. This stone door was quite mysterious. Even in his heyday, it was extremely difficult for him to open the stone door from the inside. He did not believe that Su Yu, a small prospective deity, could easily escape. Su Yu shook his palm and shook off the giant claw of the world annihilation dragon. He immediately flew into the sky and said without looking back, "Go, the sinful girl is about to be born. Where is she sealed?" Tai Ching Yunhuan and the Moonwatch sect leader had experienced the ancient tomb and had long been convinced of Su Yu's judgment. Su Yu shook his head. "I'm not sure, but there is a place that I have been concerned about for a long time." The group traveled across the stars and the moon without stopping. Finally, they arrived at a place in the God realm in just 3 days. The Moonwatch sect leader was the most familiar with this place. He said in surprise, "This is the Blackwood Forest. Su Yu, you said that the sinful girl has actually been sealed in our lost nation?" In response, Su Yu said, "It's just a suspicion. It had only been half a month since they last came here. Last time, the water of the God realm gathered here and quickly flowed away. Now, it was dry everywhere, and the last drop of water in the lost God realm had completely flowed away, leaving only a dark cave. Looking down from above, it was like an extremely deep eye, giving people a strange sense of unease." The Moonwatch sect leader said in surprise, "It's strange that I didn't know there was a cave here." He was not the only one. Before the water of the God realm had flowed away, no one would have thought that there was a cave here. The strangest thing is, the Moonwatch sect leader looked around, and his expression became solemn. The location of this place should be the center of the 3 forbidden lands. This can't be a coincidence, right? Tai Ching Yunhuan's beautiful eyes flickered, and she murmured, "The 3 forbidden lands of the lost nation existed for trillions of years before our God realm descended, and the sinful girl was sealed only 100 million years ago. How can Senior Su be so sure that the sinful girl was sealed here?" Chapter 1566. Indeed, Su Yu had explored all the dangerous and bizarre places in the 2 God realms and the lost nation. These were the only 3 places that Su Yu could not set foot in. If there was a place where the sinful woman was most likely to be sealed, it was here. What he said was based on his life experience. However, in the ears of Tai Ching Yunhuan and the Moonwatch sect master, it was unfathomable. The world was so vast, yet Su Yu had already explored it. Therefore, they no longer hesitated. "Then let's follow Senior Su and find out." Su Yu nodded and took the lead to jump into the huge cave. As soon as he entered the cave, Su Yu keenly discovered traces of seals in the damp cave. It was a seal that isolated concealment, which meant that someone had deliberately hidden this cave in the past 100 million years to prevent it from being discovered. This confirmed Su Yu's guess that there must be someone behind the scenes secretly controlling everything. Everyone quickly descended. This cave was unfathomably deep. Even with their techniques, they had not reached the bottom for 10 days and 10 nights. 10 days was enough for them to cross the entire Lost Nation and the God Realms, and even enough for Su Yu to go back and forth between the two God Realms dozens of times. If one was not confident, he might have suspected that he had fallen into some kind of illusion. Fortunately, on this day, they finally sensed the existence of a blockage in front of them. The group slowed down and approached slowly. They found that there was also a stone door there. What refreshed them was that the stone door was exactly the same as the stone door of the ancient tomb. However, what surprised them was that the stone door was open. Judging from the traces left on the ground, it had not been opened for a long time, but only recently. How could it be? Someone arrived here one step ahead of us, Taiching Yunhuan said in surprise. The Moonwatch sect master was also amazed. Su Yu stared at the traces left on the ground and wiped the ground with his fingertips. His pupils shrank slightly. It's him. Immediately, he felt relieved. Just as I expected. Who is it? Taiching Yunhuan asked in surprise. Su Yu gazed at the deepest part of the stone door and said slowly, "Why don't we ask him?" Huh. Everyone was shocked and stared at the depths of the stone door. It was pitch black, and there was an inexplicable seal that they could not see through. Hehehe, how have you been? They would never forget the ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other. It was the inverse demon. Taiching Yunhuan's pupils constricted as fear appeared in her eyes. You're actually not dead. As black light filled the stone door, an old man with a pale face walked out with his hands behind his back. The Moonwatch sect master was shocked. Yongye Chomo, it's you. Su Yu shook his head. To be precise, it should be the inverse demon. Yongye Chomo must have been possessed by the inverse devil and his consciousness has been taken over. Hehehe, it looks like you aren't surprised at all. Could it be that his Dragon Ball was actually stolen by you? Enaimo chuckled. His face was brimming with ridicule. The crowd could not help but look at Su Yu in shock. They recalled the day when the godly thief Banyu handed over a crystal ball to Su Yu, and what he had said while laughing. I'm afraid we'll have to bid farewell to the eternal night Chomo. Now, his words had come true. How did he come to this day? In fact, the reason why Su Yu was so sure was because he understood Yongye Chomo's character. Insatiable greed. One Dragon Ball could not satisfy him. Controlling the inverse demon for his own use was his true intention of saving the inverse demon. Given Yongye Chomo's strength, it was impossible for him to control the defying demon. The only way was to use the Dragon Ball. However, the Dragon Ball had been secretly swapped. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before he was devoured by the inverse demon. Su Yu stood still and said calmly, "Let them all come out." The inverse demon's lips curled into a cold smile. I didn't expect to meet you here. You're not fated to die yet. You met me. Come out, all of you. With a soft bellow, a series of figures walked out from the dark stone door one after another. All of them looked lifeless, as if they had lost their minds. Among them was the former emperor of the Empire of Darkness, Yongye Joyang. The former commander general, Shangguan Feiyu. There were also many strong men of the Empire of Darkness in the past. There was a faintly discernible black shadow on their bodies, leading them from behind. Even they were possessed. Taiching Yunhuan's eyes were filled with fear. So the inverse demon could possess multiple people at the same time? A possessed Yongye Chomo was already an unknown danger. Now there was Yongye Joyang and Shangguan Feiyu. Go to hell, the inverse demon said indifferently. Yongye Joyang, Shangguan Feiyu, and the others who were possessed by the inverse demon suddenly unleashed their powerful inverse intents and attacked fearlessly. After being possessed by the inverse demon, their strength was much stronger than before. They had already reached level 1. Humph. Taiching Yunhuan snorted and counterattacked with the yin-yang blade. The Moonwatch sect master attacked Shangguan Feiyu with the absorption sorcery. After a round of combat, Shangguan Feiyu was smashed into pieces. With a scream, a mass of black shadow flew out of his body and returned to the inverse demon's body. The attack of Yongye Joyang was forcefully resisted by Taiching Yunhuan. The inverse demon was shocked. "Both of you have reached level 1? He was amazed. In his eyes, neither of them had shown any signs of a breakthrough before. However, 1 month later, they had successfully reached level 1, which was incredible. However, the inverse demon's expression became more playful. "What a coincidence. I have also obtained a new body. I was just wondering where I could test it." Inverse sword. The inverse demon spat out a long sword made of pure inverse energy, which rotated and slashed at the two of them. Taiching Yunhuan and the Moonwatch sect master changed their expressions at the same time. "Don't take it head-on." Su Yu's expression changed. In an instant, the Azura sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the rotating long sword. Puff! The Azura sword was knocked away instantly, while the inverse sword only dimmed a little. Even so, Taiching Yunhuan and the Moonwatch sect master tried their best to resist the attack. However, they were still forced to retreat. Divine blood flowed down from the corners of their mouths. Many dangerous sword wounds were left on their divine bodies. If Su Yu hadn't blocked most of the force with the Azura sword, they would have been slashed into pieces by the sword. The two of them felt as if they had just passed by the gates of hell. They were terrified. The inverse demon, who had possessed the body of Yongye Chomo, had become much stronger. Even the Snow Beast King in the ancient tomb was no match for him. "Be careful. He has become a medium deity," Su Yu said seriously. The hand that had held the Azura sword was badly mutilated. "A medium deity? Doesn't that mean he is the overlord of the Star River?" Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. Before they could find the sealed sinful lady, they had encountered the overlord of the Star River. The key was that they had an irreconcilable hatred with this overlord of the Star River. "Hehehe, Su Yu, your death is near." The inverse demon's murderous intent was the strongest. When he first showed himself to the world, Su Yu almost killed him. He hated the inverse demon, who was a vengeful creature, even more deeply. Su Yu rolled up his sleeves and used the power of space to take them away. Then, a red light flashed around him, and he disappeared with the power of the law of space. When he reappeared, he was not in the outside world, but inside the stone door. Despite the critical situation, Su Yu's mind became clearer and calmer. If he ran out, there would be nowhere to hide in the passage for 10 days and 10 nights. How could they escape when the inverse demon carried the power of an overlord? The final result would be death. Only within the stone door was there a chance of survival. The inverse demon missed. He turned his head with a sneer and laughed sinisterly. "Escape into a dead end? Heh, that's fine. Before we get down to business, we can have a prelude of a cat and mouse game." Swoosh. The inverse demon quickly chased after them into the stone door. Inside the stone door, it was bright. What came into view were towering statues, each of which was tens of millions of feet tall. The statues came in all shapes and sizes. There were dragons, insects, birds, demons, and humans. At a glance, it was an endless sea of statues. They seemed messy, but in fact, they were arranged in an orderly fashion, forming a huge maze. Su Yu stomped his feet and tried to leap over the statue. However, before he did so, he shot out a stone cautiously. As a result, before the stone could cross over the statues, a dark black hole appeared out of nowhere and swallowed the stone. Su Yu was secretly shocked. There is indeed a meaning to arranging this group of statues into a maze. It seems impossible to cross it. At that moment, the sound of the inverse demon entering came from behind. Su Yu's heart tightened. He immediately took everyone and leaped into the middle of the two statues. The inverse demon chased after them with a long laugh and stared at Su Yu mockingly as he entered. "The show has begun." This demon spent 3 days and only managed to explore the periphery. Let this demon see how long you can escape. Entering the maze, not only did Taiching Yunhuan and the Moonwatch sect leader lose their sense of direction, but Su Yu himself also lost his sense of direction. At the same time, the statues contained a wonderful concealment energy that shielded them from their senses. As soon as they entered the maze, they suddenly couldn't find where they were. Behind them, they could vaguely hear the inverse demon's laughter from afar, which made them feel even more anxious. Take a look at the passage on the right, Tai Ching Yunwan said as she found a gap between the two statues not far away. Su Yu nodded his head and entered another narrow passageway with a row of statues through the gap. However, after walking for 2 hours, they arrived at a dead end. Look, there are 2 corpses there. The Moonwatch sect leader was the first to find them. He went over to check, and his eyes were solemn. They have been dead for at least 100 million years, and their corpses have almost turned into ashes. They should be creatures from 100 million years ago. If I'm not mistaken, they died in the maze before the sinful lady was sealed. Su Yu walked over and checked the remains of their bodies. Most of them had turned into dust, and he could tell that their corpses were not light. However, Su Yu could determine the cause of their death. They committed suicide out of desperation, the Moonwatch sect leader said with a sullen face. The corpses of 100 million years old had not completely decayed. It could be seen that the strength of these 2 people when they were alive was at least at the level of Xing River Overlord. However, they couldn't find the exit and were trapped here. Su Yu's face was sullen. He looked around and said, "Wanqing, how is your prying technique?" The purple light in by Wanqing's eyes dissipated, and she shook her head. "It's still not good. These statues hide the power of concealment, and I can't pry too far." Everyone suddenly felt depressed. Chapter 1567. Keep looking, Su Yu said. After many years of experience, he had developed a character of not giving up easily until the last moment. They went back along the way and came to the first passage. "Hey, there is a small gap there." This time, it was the Moonwatch sect master who found it and pointed to a relatively hidden gap. The group's eyes lit up and they immediately went in. This passage was indeed not a dead end. However, there were 10 more passages in the passage. Continue. Su Yu held his breath and chose a passage to enter, walking all the way to the end. What he got was still a dead end. Unsurprisingly, at the end of the dead end, there was a pile of remains that had been reduced to dust. Another dead end. They turned back again and entered the second passage. Along the way, they occasionally saw the remains of creatures who had died of various causes. Everyone's heart gradually sank. By the time they finished the 5th passage, their faces were extremely ugly, and they were on the verge of collapse. If this went on, they would die in despair before the inverse demon could catch up. This could not go on. After thinking for a long time, Su Yu reluctantly opened the 9 jade spiritual pearl. As soon as it opened, a figure flew out of it. The moment it appeared, it immediately rushed towards Su Yu. "Ayaya, how dare you let me out? I will eat you." Su Yu sighed, and the space eyes and time eyes flickered at the same time. "Giant space-time palm," Su Yu shouted. The 2 rays of light intertwined and converged into a giant purple and red palm. It slammed down from the sky and slammed the attacking figure to the ground. "How dare you fight back? You are so angry." The figure became more and more angry, struggling to get up from the ground. However, the giant palm was powerful. Although it had shaken it, it was not so easy to escape. This palm was a joint attack technique that Su Yu had come up with after months of meditation. It was inspired by the palm print that cut off time and space in the reverse flow of time and space. Now it seemed that the successful joint attack technique was very useful. It was especially suitable for monsters like Xiao Dai, who could eat anything. This palm print was the power of time and space. It was not a tangible object, so she could do nothing about it. Walking up to her, Su Yu said, "Ahem, regarding the tragedy of the skull, I can only express my regret. In fact, I didn't get anything. Really, there was nothing in it. Back then, when Yongye Chomor obtained the giant skull, it was all thanks to Xiao Dai that Yongye Chomor chewed it up bit by bit. However, after it was bitten to pieces, Su Yu kicked it away and sent it back into the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Now, he shamelessly said that there was nothing inside. Little Butterfly was so angry that her small body was twitching. What's wrong with you? Was he having an epileptic fit? How could he get such a strange disease at such a young age? Let me take a look, Su Yu said with concern. Hey, why are you shaking so much? You even spit out white saliva. Hey, why are you gritting your teeth so hard? Xiao Dai was so angry that her eyes were on fire, and smoke was rising from the top of her head. She said fiercely, "You shameless rogue, let me go if you have the ability. Otherwise, when I get out of here, I swear I will definitely." As he was speaking, a drop of colorful divine blood appeared on Su Yu's fingertip. "What do you want to do to me?" Su Yu wore a faint smile. Xiao Dai came to an abrupt stop. She stared at the god blood and could not help but lick her lips. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva and her bell-like eyes widened. "Rogue, don't even think of bribing me with a drop of divine blood. My noble character is not something that can be defeated by a mere drop of divine blood." Although she said so, her eyes never left Su Yu. "What about 2 drops?" Su Yu smiled, and 2 more drops appeared on his fingertips. Gulp. Xiao Dai swallowed hard, but she could not stop protesting. "Don't even think about it. It's just 2 drops. My noble character is..." "Oh, what about 10 drops?" With a swoosh, a drop of divine blood appeared on each of Su Yu's fingertips. 10 drops. Xiao Dai's eyes lit up. The annoyance on her face, her stubborn expression, and her noble character disappeared in an instant. "Ah, my respected master, you are an elegant and civilized saint. Your servant, Xiao Dai, is willing to follow you forever." Tai Ching Yun Luan and the Moonwatch sect master were speechless. Was this the noble character that she could not bribe? Swoosh. Su Yu flicked his fingers, and all 10 drops of divine blood were sucked into Xiao Dai's mouth. She swallowed them happily, and her face was full of happiness. "Wow. I haven't eaten such good stuff in a long time. I'm so happy." "Oh, if you want to be even happier, I have more here," Su Yu said. Xiao Dai's eyes immediately became round and bright like the moon. "I want it. Well, there are a few walls here that are blocking my way. If you can break them, I will give you 10 more drops." Xiao Dai's eyes were shining with excitement. "Ha ha ha, you said it yourself. It's just a few walls, leave it to me. Prepare the spiritual liquid, ha 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 ha." She laughed, and so did Su Yu. Obviously, Su Yu was the one who had the last laugh. "Don't be too happy too early. We are going to the innermost area, but we have lost our way," Su Yu said as he withdrew the spacetime palm print. Xiao Dai patted her chest and said, "Leave it to me." Then, she closed her eyes and pointed in a direction. "Haha, idiot, isn't that the innermost area? It seems there are many incredible treasures, more precious than the blood sword in your hand." Hearing this, Su Yu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The blood sword she was pointing at was undoubtedly the 9th-ranked Emperor-based Saint artifact, the Azura sword. So, what was more precious than the Azura sword? One could only imagine. It must be the 4 Emperor-based Saint artifacts ranked 5th to 8. Apart from the World Annihilation Plate, which was the 5th-ranked Emperor-based Saint artifact, the other 3 had long been lost, and no one knew what they were. They had completely disappeared with the fall of the 3 divine warriors of heaven and earth, so there was no record of their information on the Emperor-based Saint artifact ranking. It turned out that they had all been buried with the sinful girl. Suppressing his excitement, Su Yu couldn't help but look at Xiao Dai, feeling surprised. This mutated 9-colored chaos butterfly was a little too special. The maze was nothing to her, and the shielding power of the statues could do nothing to her. "Go. It's all up to you now," Su Yu said. Xiao Dai walked up to a statue happily and grinded her teeth. "Haha, I haven't moved my mouth in a long time. Today, I'm here to grind my teeth." "Oh." With a strange cry, Xiao Dai pounced on a statue and opened her mouth to bite it. Under the stunned gazes of Tai Ching Yunwan and the others, a piece of the statue, which they couldn't even get close to, was bitten off by Xiao Dai. Black holes appeared one after another near the statue, trying to swallow Xiao Dai. But in the end, Xiao Dai just frowned and allowed them to attach themselves to her body. Her body emitted a 9-colored light, and the black holes couldn't do anything to her. In the maze, only the sound of Xiao Dai chewing cheerfully could be heard. Not long after, a statue was chewed through by Xiao Dai, revealing a passage on the other side. Everyone's scalps went numb, and they stared at Xiao Dai as if they were looking at a monster. Tai Ching Yunwan glanced at Su Yu and muttered softly, "The side of a monster is indeed full of monsters. Haha, I'm done warming up. I'm going to grind my teeth seriously now. Xiao Dai bared her teeth, passed through the statue, entered another passage, and continued to chew. Her speed was several times faster, and a statue was chewed through in every incense stick's time. Puff! All of a sudden, Xiao Dai, who was chewing on something hard, spat it out. What is this thing? Why is it so hard? It almost broke my teeth. It fell to the ground, and the sound of metal bouncing could be heard. Suyu fixed his eyes on it. It was a bronze coin, printed with the words of the heavenly book, which Suyu didn't recognize. Picking it up, Suyu had a strange look in his eyes. Looking at the two statues that had been chewed through, he thought for a moment and said, Xiao Dai, bite the chest of the statue. If there are any foreign objects, leave them for me. Xiao Dai was not interested in the coin that she couldn't bite through. She curled her lips and said, You really know how to cause trouble. With a soft snort, she obediently chose to chew on the chest of the statue. Sure enough, a coin also fell from the next statue. Suyu kept silent and put them away one by one. Next, under Xiao Dai's bite, the statues were chewed through one by one. Ordinary people needed to explore one passage after another to pass through the maze, but Suyu and the others bit through the wall directly. Such a method had never been seen before in history. At least, it had never appeared in this maze. On the other side, Mo held the blueprint in his hand and walked freely in the maze. He was full of the desire to hunt, and patiently searched for Suyu and the others in the maze. However, 3 days passed. He came to the periphery of the maze and searched almost all the passages in the maze, but he didn't find Suyu and the others. Strange. Could it be that they just happened to miss them? Mo frowned and snorted coldly. That human is really lucky, let him die a quick death. Entering the maze, most creatures would die without a doubt. Mo relied on his talent to explore the periphery, but Suyu was a mere human. Was it possible? Therefore, Suyu and the others were bound to die in the maze. Forget it, he will die anyway. I'd better find that woman as soon as possible. If I can occupy her consciousness, Mo's eyes were filled with great ambition. 3 days passed. On this day, they chewed through a statue and entered another passage. Strangely, all the statues in this passage were different from before. They were all silver white. Xiao Dai bit through with difficulty, but she still managed to bite off a piece. Soon, Xiao Dai bit through it and spat out a coin. It was a silver white coin. Suyu picked it up and compared it with the bronze-colored coin from before. His heart was moved. Another 3 days passed. When the silver-white statue was bitten through, it was replaced by a golden statue. This statue was even more difficult to chew than the silver-white statue. Xiao Dai had to use all her strength to finally bite off a piece. It took her a whole day to bite through the golden statue. Just as Suyu had expected, there was a golden coin in the chest of the statue. Chapter 1568. 5 days later, Xiao Dai bit through the last golden statue. A long-lost sense of emptiness washed over them, and their senses were suddenly no longer suppressed. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. The maze was cleared. What entered his sight was a dark hall. In the center of the hall, there was a 3-foot groove. Looking inside, they saw all kinds of unknown strange insects. They crowded together, fighting and devouring each other. They were so densely packed that it made one feel even more uncomfortable. What kind of insects are these? Taiching Yunwan was surprised. I don't know any of them. The Moonwatch sect master's eyes were full of curiosity. The Black Forest of the Lost Nation has all kinds of strange insects, but I have never seen any of these before. Just as they were curious, Xiao Dai's expression became strange. She said confusedly, they seem to be very powerful insects. A few of them are on par with me. What? Suyu was surprised. Do you know them? Xiao Dai scratched her head. I don't know, but there seems to be some information in my mind. Regarding this, Suyu wasn't surprised. He had met similar powerful creatures that were born with inherited memories. He had a little purple kailin in his hand, which was also born with memories. It could refine elixirs and magic treasures. Unfortunately, the little purple kailin had not woken up for 15 years since its last slumber. If he had not sensed its breath, Su Yu would have thought that the little Kailin was dead. So, they are very dangerous? Tai Ching Yunhuan asked. Xiao Dai was even more annoyed with her. Dangerous? Mph, any one of them can eat you. If you don't want to die, you'd better not disturb them. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Any one of them could kill a powerhouse at the first heaven? All right, give me the spiritual liquid. Xiao Dai reached out to Su Yu, her face full of grievance. My teeth are sore from grinding them. Everyone present felt sorry for her. Their ears were sore from hearing it, let alone grinding their teeth. Even Su Yu could not bear to deduct her hard-earned money, so he gave her 10 drops. Xiao Dai held the blood of the ancient god Jiulong happily as if she had found a treasure. She rolled her eyes at Su Yu. You didn't break your promise this time. Next time you can't handle it, call me out. After saying that, she returned to the 9 jade spiritual pearl happily to enjoy the delicious food. You heard it. Don't be careless, and don't alert the ferocious insects below, Su Yu said. He then came to the notch and carefully flew over. The rest of the people followed closely, afraid that they would startle the little worm in the groove. Su Yu stopped at one end of the notch and thought for a moment. He then left a talisman and hid it in a secret place. At the end of the hall was a crystal statue. The shape of the stone statue was sinister, and it was extremely evil and greedy. Its 2 pitch-black eyes were like black holes, and they seemed to have a mind of their own as they stared at Chu Feng. Dao Tai. Everyone present recognized it. This was especially true for Luo Shuai, Bai Wanqing, Yongye Chushue, and Yongye Wuheng. Because they had personally fought against the Dao Tai. That peerless and invincible heaven-devouring might was still fresh in their memories. Su Yu's eyes flickered, as if he wasn't surprised at all. Creak, the statue seemed to have sensed something. It slowly opened its huge mouth, revealing a deep tunnel. Surprisingly, it was an entrance somewhere. Su Yu took a deep breath. We're almost there. Everyone flashed into it and instantly appeared in a blood-red square. The square was surrounded by endless cliffs. Looking up, they couldn't see the end of the cliffs. All they could see was darkness. Where the cliffs and the square connected, there was a ring-shaped dry riverbed. Traces of the God Realm's water could be vaguely seen. Does the God Realm's water finally flow out from here? Su Yu stood on the riverbed and looked down. He found that under the riverbed, there was a bottomless abyss. He didn't know where the God Realm's water ended up. Everyone looked at it and was amazed. In other words, this place is actually stuck in the middle of the abyss. Su Yu nodded. Indeed. His eyes looked at the center of the square and were attracted by a blood-red coffin. In fact, there was only one coffin in such a large square. It was hard not to be attracted. The Moonwatch sect master's pupils shrank slightly. What an evil coffin. There seems to be some kind of very evil creature in it. Bang! Bang! All of a sudden, the inside of the coffin vibrated slightly. Creak! The blood-red lid of the coffin was pushed up by something, which made an obscure sound. Then, numerous runes flashed around the coffin and on the lid. The evil spirit in the coffin seemed to be suppressed, and the lid was closed with a bang. However, the evil spirit in the coffin was struggling restlessly. Maybe it hadn't come into contact with other creatures for a long time. Through the coffin, the harsh sound of claws scratching the coffin echoed in the square, which made people's teeth ache. Let's go. Su Yu stared at the coffin vigilantly. Then, he flew up into the sky. Just at this moment, a cracking sound came from the other side of the square. An exit appeared on the opposite side of Su Yu. Several figures stepped out from it. They were the Ni Mo, Yongye Jiuyang, and the others. Except for the Ni Mo, the others were all wounded. Yongye Jiuyang had lost half of his arm. Even the powerful Ni Mo looked quite embarrassed. Hideous wounds could be vaguely seen on his body. It seemed he had been bitten by some ferocious creature. It seemed they were too careless when they passed through the groove of the ferocious worm, which caused the ferocious worm to attack them. Ha! 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 Is this the place where that woman was imprisoned? Ni-Mo looked around and laughed out loud. His laughter was full of pride. Only when he noticed a few special auras did his laughter stop abruptly. When he looked over, He was shocked. It's you. He never expected that Su Yu and the others, who were supposed to be trapped in the periphery of the maze, were still alive. Instead, they arrived here before him. However, the Mo laughed loudly. Ha! 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 The heavens are following my wishes. I felt it was a pity that you, Su Yu, were taken advantage of. I didn't expect that you would come to me again. The Mo was full of hatred and murderous intentions. Now, you have nowhere to run, right? The oppressive might of an overlord came crashing down like a flood. Su Yu felt suffocated at the same time. He felt as if thousands of giant mountains were on his back. His breathing was so heavy that it was hard for him to breathe. If they fought face to face, Su Yu would be killed in a second. Alarm bells went off in Su Yu's head. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto the blood coffin that had suddenly quietened down. He rolled his eyes and said, Mo, I have a secret. I don't know if you want to know. The Mo laughed. Su Yu, your little trick of stalling for time is useless against me. I have existed since the beginning of the world. The people I have seen are beyond your imagination. I only have one way to deal with dangerous and unfathomable creatures like you. That is, to end the battle quickly. Fate-reversing formula. The Mo growled, and a round wheel of alternating yin and yang appeared behind him. The round wheel was pushed, and a mysterious power was born. Su Yu's silver hair was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His skin was loosening and aging rapidly. His back was gradually hunched and slack. His entire person was aging rapidly. Su Yu was horrified. He could clearly feel that his vitality was fading away at an alarming rate. It was as if the process of his life had sped up 1,000 times, and he had aged overnight. His heart was filled with alarm bells, and the dragon of life flew out uncontrollably, emitting rich vitality to slow down the aging process. Intuition told Su Yu that if he died like this, time reversal would be useless even if he were to come back to life. In other words, he would really die. He had not felt the threat of death for a long time. Su Yu gritted his teeth and growled, "Go!" The World Annihilation Plate, which had just been fully activated, flew out from his sleeves. It turned out that he had been stalling for time to activate this item. The World Annihilation Plate drew a pitch-black mark in the sky. The Mo laughed, unafraid. "Haha, I am different from the past. A mere replica of the World Annihilation Plate cannot harm me at all," but he realized that the trajectory of the World Annihilation Plate had changed without warning and was shooting towards the center of the square. At that moment, the Mo realized that there was a strange blood coffin there. As an evil spirit, the Mo could feel how dangerous the existence in the blood coffin was. His face darkened. Bastard. Trying to shift the blame. However, when he understood Su Yu's intentions, it was too late. The replica of the World Annihilation Plate was indestructible, and it destroyed the cover of the blood coffin on the spot. Without the seal on the coffin cover to suppress it, the evil creature in the blood coffin was finally freed. Bang! Sure enough, with a loud noise, the blood coffin was torn apart. The fishy, dark green corpse water splattered in all directions. A deep, murderous aura erupted like a volcano, enveloping the entire area. Even the Mo had a grave look on his face as he stared at the blood coffin. In the dark green corpse water, there was a 30-meter-tall creature lying. Its body was like that of a human, and its entire body was covered in dark red hair. Its 2 hands were extremely long, with jet-black fingers and sharp black nails that were 1/2 meter long. They were sharp and full of poison. The creature's corpse moved without any wind, slowly floating up from the ground. Its tightly shut eyes opened slowly, revealing a pair of pale, lifeless eyes. 10 extremely sharp, eerie, ghostly claws swayed in a disorderly manner, like 10 dancing poisonous snakes. Its head turned stiffly, making a creaking sound. Its pale eyes glanced at the creature's present, and a low, longing sound came from its throat. At the same time, waves of desolation power surged from its body, like a tsunami, from weak to strong, rolling in all directions. In the midst of the desolation power, everyone felt a sense of insignificance. It was as if the other party could destroy them 1,000,000 times over with a single thought. The disparity between the levels made their hearts tremble. Su Yu was shocked. Only one kind of creature could possess the desolation power, and that was, the Enimo's face was even more solemn than Su Yu's. He said in a low voice, "The corpse of a divine being, the corpse of a divine being, the corpse of a divine being of heaven and earth." The red-haired corpse's pale eyes revealed a look of confusion. He looked down at his body and at his ghostly claws, and a hoarse, intermittent sound came from his throat. "Blood. I want to drink." As he spoke, behind the Enimo, a psychopathic member of the Eternal Night royal family suddenly let out a shrill scream. A black shadow escaped from his body and returned to the Enimo's body. The member of the royal family had turned into a bag of bones, and his vitality had been extinguished. The red-haired corpse's mouth was full of bright divine blood. He wiped his lips, and the hoarse sound in his throat became much clearer. "Delicious. I want to drink more." Su Yu's feet emitted wisps of cold air. He did not see him move at all, but the member of the royal family was strangely sucked dry of his flesh and blood. He understood that it was not that the red-haired corpse did not move, but that Su Yu's cultivation could not capture his movements at all. Hearing the hoarse sound, Su Yu's face changed dramatically. He gathered everyone and immediately used the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole to escape. However, the moment he moved, a ghostly claw landed on his shoulder without warning. Chapter 1569. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. His hair stood on end. The divine energy in his body was boiling involuntarily. The 8,000 divine paths that he had practiced appeared automatically. A great sense of danger was beating wildly in his chest. However, right at this moment, the wind suddenly disappeared. A miserable scream came from the rebel demon's side. Another person from the Empire of Darkness had died tragically. Su Yu fixed his eyes on the direction of the attack and was confused. The target of the red-haired corpse should have been Su Yu. Why did he change his target halfway? The rebel demon was furious. He stared at Su Yu viciously. "You deserve to die." In a panic, the rebel demon rushed to the top of the cliff with Yongye Joyang. As for the ordinary people, they fled in all directions under the rebel demon's control. The red-haired corpse pounced on them randomly. Miserable screams could be heard everywhere. The rebel demon seized the opportunity to escape from the platform. Su Yu rushed to the top of the cliff before the rebel demon did. After half an hour, the top of the endless cliff finally appeared. It was a floating island. It was purple-gold in color and looked like a beast core. It was extremely huge. Su Yu jumped onto the island. Immediately, a chilly wind blew over. What entered his sight was an incomparably huge black mountain. Every mountain was entangled by a dense number of chains. It seemed that something in the mountains was sealed by chains. Su Yu looked at the nearest mountain. After observing it for a while, he was secretly surprised. Su Yu was quite familiar with that mountain. There was a similar mountain in the world of Yongye Chumor's cavern. When Su Yu dug it out, he found a giant head that had been suppressed for countless years. The mountain in front of him was even bigger. However, it gave Su Yu a feeling that it was just a small mountain. When Su Yu flew over a giant mountain, he saw the situation in it from the top. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he was still shocked. Looking down from the top, it was not a mountain at all. In fact, it was a giant creature that was tens of millions of feet tall. They had died a long time ago. However, their bodies were not destroyed. Even the sky and the earth could not bury them. They had survived until now and turned into mountains. The strangest thing was that they looked exactly the same as a statue that Su Yu had seen in the labyrinth. When Su Yu flew over another mountain, the situation was similar. Looking at the densely packed islands and the lofty mountains that were entangled by chains, Su Yu's eyes were filled with shock. Where exactly is this place? Why did you imprison so many powerful creatures until their deaths? All of a sudden, a powerful ripple could be felt. Su Yu's heart shuddered, and he restrained his aura, leading the crowd stealthily. After flying over hundreds of giant mountains, Su Yu was attracted to the center of the island. There was also a giant mountain. What was different was that this mountain was not deathly still, but an iceberg. The iceberg was 70 million feet tall, 7 times the height of an ordinary mountain. Terrifying cold air poured down from the ice mountain, freezing the surrounding mountains into snowy mountains. In front of the dazzling ice mountain, there was a living being using a powerful divine ability to attack the ice mountain. Every time, the iceberg would tremble, and a crack would appear on its surface. Hey, evil woman, I've waited for 100 million years, and I'm finally going to get what I wanted. The creature laughed excitedly as it attacked. After several attacks, the ice mountain crumbled with a loud bang, revealing the item sealed within. It was a small courtyard surrounded by chains. The strange thing was that the small courtyard was full of vitality. Butterflies fluttered and flowers bloomed, as if someone was taking care of it. It was hard to believe that this small courtyard had been sealed in the ice mountain for 100 million years. The creature's eyes were filled with excitement as he laughed. Evil girl, come out. This empress has waited for this day for far too long. Su Yu was watching intently when his eyebrows twitched all of a sudden. Without hesitation, he moved away from his original spot. Bang! As soon as he retreated, the place where he had been immediately suffered a fatal attack. It was shattered by a mysterious palm print. Su Yu turned around and saw that it was that creature who had attacked. It turned out that he had noticed Su Yu long ago, but he had remained silent and continued to attract Su Yu's attention with his clone. His main body circled behind Su Yu and gave him a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, Su Yu's vigilance was exceptional, and he managed to avoid the attack. Su Yu looked at him, and when he saw Su Yu, he cried out in surprise, Su Yu? How did you get here? Su Yu stood up straight and looked at him calmly. Haha, why am I not surprised to meet you here? Mermaid Emperor, or should I address you as the World Annihilation Emperor? This person was none other than the reincarnation of the World Annihilation Emperor, who was still watering the Brahma puppet. The World Annihilation Emperor rolled his eyes and said, Su Yu, listen to my explanation. I just found out that the evil girl was actually sealed here. When I heard the news, I rushed over immediately. Hearing this, Su Yu smiled faintly. Oh, do you think I will believe you? Of course not. The World Annihilation Emperor took a few steps forward, his face suddenly fierce, and he suddenly disappeared from his original spot. Su Yu could not see his trajectory at all. Buzz. Without any time to think, Su Yu summoned the Tai East Emperor Bell and shrouded himself in it. At this moment, the Tai East Emperor Bell was struck by a horrifying attack. The entire Tai East Emperor Bell was vibrating violently. Even the inverse demon might not be able to cause such a commotion. The sneak attack failed, and the figure of the World Annihilation Emperor appeared. His eyes were a strange blue, like a hunter in the night, dangerous and sharp. He looked at the Tai East Emperor Bell and said coldly, You reacted quickly. Su Yu stared at him with his hands behind his back and said, You hid your strength well. When the inverse demon was born and destroyed the world, the strength he showed was not even 1/10 of this palm. At that time, he clearly had the ability to kill the inverse demon with one palm, but he pretended to be weak. The World Annihilation Emperor said coldly, Su Yu, I admire you very much. As long as you do not interfere with my important matters, I can let you live. Su Yu said calmly, Important matters? Ha, planning for 100 million years, betraying the other 8 divine warriors of heaven and earth, and sacrificing the lives of the people of the God realm? The World Annihilation Emperor's eyes, which had softened a lot, suddenly became fierce and murderous. What do you know? Su Yu's face fell. It seems that I guessed right. He was lying just now, and the World Annihilation Emperor was caught off guard. The World Annihilation Emperor knew that he had been tricked and snorted coldly. Mind your own business. Shaking his head, Su Yu said, I have been wondering who had the ability to tamper with the historical records of the descendants of the 9 divine warriors, and who could collect the flesh and blood of the 9 divine warriors to forge the 9 Emperor tablet. It turns out that it was the first of the 9 divine warriors, the World Annihilation Emperor. What a surprising truth. Now that he thought about it, the World Annihilation Emperor spared no expense to fabricate the rumor that the sinful girl was sealed in the ancient tomb. His purpose was very simple and clear. That was, to draw the attention of all living beings to the ancient tomb. In this way, no one would pay attention to this place. In fact, if the water of the God realm had not flowed out of the cave here, no one would have noticed this place. Su Yu admired the depth of his calculations. He was indeed worthy of being the first divine warrior of the pass. The World Annihilation Emperor sneered proudly. The first divine warrior is still a divine warrior after all. How can I, the World Annihilation Emperor, be mediocre forever? If I want to be like the ancient god Jolong, the supreme ancient god who dominated the primitive world. Therefore, he planned everything to lure the sinful girl and then to seal her. He wanted to obtain something from the sinful girl and achieve his goal of breaking away from the divine warrior and ascending to a higher level. However, for some unknown reason, there was a change. The sinful girl was indeed sealed, but the World Annihilation Emperor had also fallen. A trace of his obsession was not extinguished and awakened from the tomb guard spirit. He. An eerie sneer, like the sound of metal rubbing against metal, came unexpectedly. The inverse demon revealed his true form behind a mountain. With a faint smile, he said, "No wonder you are so afraid of me coming into the world. I was thinking that you were actually afraid that I would compete with you for the sinful girl, weren't you?" If there was one thing that the inverse demon was most terrifying about, it was possession. The stronger the host he possessed, the more terrifying the inverse demon would be. And the inverse demon understood this very well. It was the inverse demon's instinct to look for a stronger host to possess. If the inverse demon came into the world, there was no doubt that he would lay his hands on the sealed sinful girl. To the World Annihilation Emperor, it was tantamount to a great deal of trouble. Therefore, for the sake of the common people and the world, it was only an excuse for the World Annihilation Emperor. In fact, he was doing it for himself. However, the inverse demon still came into the world. Moreover, unsurprisingly, he sensed the presence of the sinful girl and came here. The World Annihilation Emperor's eyes turned cold. "Inverse demon. You've experienced my methods long ago. If you don't want to sleep for another 100 million years, get lost right now. Ha ha ha, even your original body couldn't do anything to me back then. Now, what can a remnant of your soul do to me?" The inverse demon sneered disdainfully. "The sinful girl belongs to me. If you know what's good for you, get lost right now." The World Annihilation Emperor's murderous intent surged, and the aura around him was astonishing. "It seems that I can only enjoy the delicacy after I get rid of this annoying fly." Swish. The World Annihilation Emperor disappeared into thin air. In terms of eeriness, he was second only to the red-haired corpse. The inverse demon wasn't weak either. With a sinister sneer, he disappeared without a trace. In the void, roars and roars came, turning the sky above the entire island upside down. Su Yu's eyes flashed. He wisely chose to bide his time and watch the tigers fight. The two powerful beings, both with Overlord-level magical powers, were engaged in an earth-shattering battle. Before long, the inverse demon retreated from the void with a roar. He was covered in wounds and panting heavily. The World Annihilation Emperor, on the other hand, was not panting at all. He sneered. "If you had possessed an emperor's body, I might have been afraid of you. Unfortunately, a mere lower deity is not qualified to compete with me. Get lost." The inverse demon looked indignant, and his rebellious intent exploded. "Humph! You can't kill me. As long as I'm here, don't even think about taking the sinful girl." The World Annihilation Emperor frowned deeply, and his anger was overflowing. "Do you really want to go against me to the end?" The inverse demon laughed coldly. "If you take the sinful girl, that will be the day I die." The two sides were in a heated argument, and neither was willing to give in. Roar. All of a sudden, the strange roar of the red-haired corpse came from the abyss below. The inverse demon's expression changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, "That Emperor's corpse is coming up soon. With his strength, it's only a matter of time before he eats you and me. Are you sure you want to fight me here?" The World Annihilation Emperor frowned deeply. He wasn't willing either. However, it was impossible for him to give in to the sinful girl. All of a sudden, the World Annihilation Emperor glanced at Su Yu, who was watching the tigers fight from the sidelines. He was furious. However, in a split second, an idea came to his mind. He said, "Inverse demon, you and I both have the ability to absorb the sinful girl's pathfire. Neither of us can rest easy with anyone entering the seal. Why don't we find someone to bring the sinful girl out? Whoever gets the sinful girl will have to depend on their own abilities. Upon hearing that, the inverse demon pondered and nodded in agreement. All right. However, the person who enters must not have the ability to absorb the path fire. Then, who do you want to go? The inverse demon asked. Chapter 1570. He looked at Su Yu leisurely. The inverse demon was stunned, and his face was filled with hatred. But after thinking about it, he agreed without hesitation. Haha, are you talking about Su Yu? If it's him, I won't object. Oh. The eyes of the World Annihilation Emperor flickered slightly. The inverse demon's straightforwardness made him feel that something was not right. However, the World Annihilation Emperor was confident. Haha, then it's all up to us now. The two of them landed at the same time, one on the left and one on the right side of the Tai Eastern Emperor Bell. You heard everything. This is your only chance of survival. Su Yu's eyes flickered as he wondered. Let me enter the seal and bring out the sinful girl? This was exactly what he wanted. Based on their tone, sinful woman was currently sealed and didn't have the strength to fight back, so digging out the blood of her downlord was as easy as blowing off dust. How could Su Yu reject such a good thing? It's not impossible for me to help you rescue the sinful woman, but if you want to place a seal on my body or something that can threaten my life, then forget it, Su Yu said warily. The World Annihilation Emperor chuckled. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Why would I need to rely on restrictions? As for the Ni-Mo, it depends on him. The inverse demon said straightforwardly, I never rely on restrictions to kill, that was for the best. After pausing for a moment, Su Yu asked, may I ask what are the characteristics of the seal on the sinful woman's body? The World Annihilation Dragon had said that the sinful lady was about to break out of seclusion. Su Yu had to worry about whether the seal on her was still intact. The World Annihilation Emperor said calmly, between her brows, there is an engraving of a crystal coin. If the engraving is still there, it means that the seal is still there. If the seal disappeared, then she would be free. After muttering to himself irresolutely for a moment, Su Yu nodded. Then, please step back for the time being. The World Annihilation Emperor and the inverse demon had a tacit understanding and retreated far away. Su Yu brought the Tai East Emperor Bell to the edge of the sealed courtyard. Out of caution, he first tried to use his divine power, magic treasures, and even a strand of his soul. After discovering that he could safely pass through the seal, he took a step forward. The World Annihilation Emperor frowned slightly, and the murderous intent in the depths of his eyes deepened. Su Yu's caution and vigilance had a different meaning in the eyes of a creature like him who had lived for billions of years. He had seen too many prodigies who became famous overnight, and he had also seen young talents who had stunned several generations. However, those who could grow up were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Most of them died while growing up. And those who eventually became heaven masters all had one thing in common. They were cautious. Obviously, with his experience, he could see Su Yu's future potential, and he could also see that Su Yu could live longer than ordinary heaven rulers. The probability of him becoming a giant god was not low. With such a potential threat, the World Annihilation Emperor's desire to get rid of him grew even stronger. The inverse demon's eyes flickered. The cold smile on his lips deepened. Su Yu sensed the subtle changes in the gazes of the two people behind him, so he quietly stepped into the small courtyard. Immediately, the warm sunlight shone on his body, and the refreshing fragrance of flowers wafted into his nose. Being in it, Su Yu felt very peaceful and warm. However, he would not forget that the creature in the small courtyard was the infamous sinful lady who had once destroyed the entire god realm. An indifferent existence who had slaughtered trillions of creatures and regarded the common people as insignificant ants. After hundreds of millions of years, there are still old friends who remember me. A sweet and melodious voice of a woman, like the sound of nature, drifted into his ears. Su Yu was stunned. What a beautiful voice. Of all the women's voices he had heard in his life, none could be compared to the voice in the house. That wonderful voice, which seemed to come from a fairy palace, was intoxicating. No matter how beautiful the music of the world was, it could not compare to her casual words. Was such a woman really vicious and evil? The sinful lady who destroyed the god realm? A thought echoed in Su Yu's mind. However, it was quickly extinguished by him. One could not judge a book by its cover, let alone a mere voice. With a trace of indifference, Su Yu pushed open the door and saw a simple bedroom. Pots, bowls, ladles, and basins were all available. On the edge of the bed, a slender woman with shoulder-length black hair sat alone. Her back was graceful, and her clothes were as white as snow, spotless. At first glance, she looked like a trapped fairy dressed in white, and it was very tempting. Su Yu stared at her indifferently and said, "Sinful lady, I have heard a lot about you." Since coming to the lost god realm, he had heard of the name Sinful Lady. Today, he finally saw her in person. The sinful lady was lowering her head and fiddling with a communication artifact, which was exactly the same as the one in the ancient tomb. On the other side of the artifact, the roar of the world annihilation dragon could be heard. He was still besieged by the common people. It sounded like he was much weaker than he used to be. An elephant was indeed stronger than an ant. No matter how many ants there were, they could not do anything to it. However, when an ant fell down and could not move, there was a limit to how strong it was. It was only a matter of time before it became food for the ants. With a tap of her hand, the sinful lady turned off the communication artifact, raised her head, slowly turned around, and said, "I have been paying attention to your breath for a long time." A dazzling face was facing Su Yu. Just like in the long flow of time and space, there was a mysterious brilliance on the sinful lady's face, making it impossible to see through her face. Su Yu was slightly regretful. He wanted to see the true face of the sinful lady. However, it was no longer important. "Is that so?" Su Yu said lightly. With a flip of his palm, he took out the heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword. The blade was extremely sharp. The sinful lady was quiet and calm. She said, "Are you here to kill me too?" Shaking his head, Su Yu said, "Whether you live or die, I don't care. I only want a drop of the Pathmaster's blood." The sinful lady said quietly, "My blood? What for?" "To save someone." Su Yu stared at her forehead. Although the brilliance was diffusing, a crystal-colored coin engraving appeared. Strangely, when he saw the coin clearly, Su Yu's heart moved slightly. "Is it your beloved woman?" The sinful lady was calm. Although her eyes were isolated from the fog, they seemed to be able to see through the depths of Su Yu's heart. Su Yu suddenly felt as if his soul was being peeped at. His eyes became sharp, and he stabbed forward with his sword. "I'm sorry." The sword light was like a rainbow, leaving only a cold silver light as the blade stabbed towards her shoulder. He only needed a drop of the Pathmaster's blood. However, at that moment, the sinful lady slowly got up and sighed. "I didn't want to leave any of you alive." She calmly stretched out her two jade-like fingers and casually clamped the silver sword between her fingers. Su Yu felt as if the sword had stabbed into the indestructible giant's body. The long sword could not penetrate even an inch. The impact of his whole body was rebounded onto her body, causing it to shake violently and fly backward. The silver sword in his hand flew out of his hand and into the sinful lady's palm. Was this the sinful lady in a sealed state? She was no match for the inverse demon or the world annihilation emperor. All of a sudden, Su Yu's face changed. His eyes focused on her forehead, and his expression was extremely ugly. The crystal-colored coin engraving had disappeared without him knowing. In fact, she had already broken free from the seal long before they had arrived. The sinful lady standing in front of Su Yu was not the sealed sinful lady, but the sinful lady in her peak condition. An extremely strong pressure enveloped Su Yu, and he had the illusion that he would be crushed and turned into dust in an instant. At that moment, the pressure was withdrawn, and the sinful lady walked gracefully towards Su Yu like a gust of wind. Su Yu's heart was beating rapidly. The pressure just now was released by the sinful lady unintentionally. If she really wanted to, she could kill Su Yu countless times with a single thought. The sinful lady sized Su Yu up. Her powerful gaze saw through his entire body. She said, "Your whole body is full of treasures. You have many legacies and 8,000 divine paths. How surprising." She said she was surprised, but her tone did not reveal any of it. "What I care about the most is the scent of an old friend." The sinful lady looked at Suyu and crooked her finger. The 9-jade spiritual pearl opened automatically, and a black book flew out from it. Suyu's face changed. He grabbed it with one hand and said, "Don't touch it." However, the book flew into the sinful lady's palm in an instant. The grade of the book was low, and any of the heaven and earth treasures that Suyu had were worth 100 times more than it. However, to Suyu, this book was an irreplaceable part of his life. The Starry Sky Heavenly Book. The sinful lady opened the book, and the flashy events of the Zhonlong continent flashed before her eyes like light and shadow. The sinful lady said, "What's the point of concentrating on recording the scenes of the ordinary cavern world? It doesn't seem like something she would do." Suyu operated the power of space and snatched the Starry Sky Heavenly Book back. This was Xia Jingyu's eyes, which had replaced his, and she had seen all the prosperity of the world. It was the deepest bond between Suyu and her. To outsiders, it was meaningless, but to Suyu, it would affect his life. The sinful lady did not stop him and let Suyu take it back. She said, "I didn't expect that she would still be alive." Suyu was puzzled. Could the scent of an old friend that the sinful lady had mentioned be Xia Jingyu? He remembered that Yun Yazi had also said that he hoped Suyu would forget Xia Jingyu, and that there would be no future between them. He recalled the 2 portraits of the mature and charming Xia Jingyu, as well as the red-robed Xia Jingyu, who had saved Suyu by chance in the reverse flow of time and space. Who exactly was Xia Jingyu? It seemed that from the very beginning, she had been unfathomable and unfathomable. Now, even the sinful lady knew her. However, "It looks like she's going to die soon," the sinful lady said faintly as she looked at the black hair wrapped around Suyu's index finger. Suyu wanted to inquire further, but the inverse demon's impatient scolding came from the outside world at an inopportune time. "Su, come out now. Don't play any tricks." The sinful lady raised her eyes and looked outside the courtyard. She said faintly, "You're disturbing my peace." She turned her head to look at Suyu. At this moment, although Suyu could not see her eyes, he could feel that she was considering whether or not to kill him. Suyu's hair stood on end, and he secretly tightened his grip on the door of time. "Seeing that you and she are fated to be together, I will let you live. However, you are not allowed to leave my side for the time being," the sinful lady said. A crystal-colored mark appeared between her brows. She said, "Take me out." Suyu wiped his sweat. Seeing this, he could not help but mourn for the inverse demon and the World Annihilation Emperor. Swish. Bringing the sinful lady with him, Suyu left the sealed courtyard. The World Annihilation Emperor was extremely vigilant. He stared at the coin mark between the sinful lady's brows from afar and heaved a sigh of relief. After a flash of light, he sped over. The inverse demon's reaction was not slow either. He shouted from afar, "Su, throw the sinful lady over here, and I will let you live." The World Annihilation Emperor sneered. "Do you think he will listen to you?" The inverse demon laughed. "Do you think he will listen to you?" Chapter 1571. The World Annihilation Plate replica in Suyu's bosom was activated without any warning. 10,000 rays of white light burst forth and sealed Suyu and the sinful woman within it. The World Annihilation Plate could transform into a cage. Also, when could the World Annihilation Emperor control Suyu's treasure? All of a sudden, Suyu recalled that the World Annihilation Emperor had personally demonstrated the power of the World Annihilation Plate in front of the Celestial Crystal Mountains. He must have tampered with the replica of the World Annihilation Plate. At the crucial moment, he could kill Suyu by surprise, or trap him like what was happening now. "Haha, I've only taught you the first form of the World Annihilation Plate. I've never taught you the second form, have I?" The World Annihilation Emperor's eyes shone with a profound light. Without a doubt, the cage was the second form of the World Annihilation Plate. Under his control, the cage flew rapidly toward the World Annihilation Emperor. The inverse demon's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Haha, what a coincidence. I think he will listen to me too." Behind Suyu, a 10,000 feet tall godly Laksana appeared out of nowhere. It was the divine Laksana of the heaven-defying divine warrior. The World Annihilation Emperor's face darkened. I almost forgot that you once possessed the heaven-defying divine warrior and can control half of his consciousness. The heaven-defying divine warrior's Dharma form suddenly went out of control and attacked the cage on its own. Under the impact of the great power of chaos, the cage shook. Although it was not damaged, it stopped flying toward the World Annihilation Emperor. The inverse demon took the opportunity to fly over and snatch the cage away. Evil creature, how dare you, the World Annihilation Emperor shouted and flew over to snatch it. The inverse demon laughed, it's too late. This demon has kept this as a backup plan for too long. It has finally come in handy. As he laughed, he licked his lips and stared deeply at the sinful woman. Greed and excitement filled the depths of his eyes, and even his voice couldn't help but tremble. Sinful woman of the Temple of Heaven, I've heard a lot about you. Since I, the inverse devil, was born, I've never tried to possess a Tao master's body. Haha, my long-cherished wish of many years has finally been fulfilled today. Stop! The World Annihilation Emperor roared, as if he knew what the inverse demon was going to do. Unfortunately, it was too late. The inverse demon stretched out two black shadows and entangled the evil girl. The World Annihilation Emperor was furious. You're courting death. He had planned for countless years when he was alive. He did not hesitate to betray the other 8 sovereigns and the common people, just to obtain the evil girl's Tao fire. But in the end, it was all for the inverse demons. World Annihilation Divine Eye. The World Annihilation Emperor's eyes widened and were filled with a layer of grey light. When it landed on the inverse demon's body, it turned him into stone and his life was extinguished. This was the most powerful divine technique of the World Annihilation Emperor, also known as the petrifying divine eye. Any living being that met its gaze would be petrified and destroyed. It was extremely terrifying. Even the inverse demon was no exception. The World Annihilation Emperor laughed scornfully. Just as he was about to snatch the cage, there was a cracking sound. The inverse will in the petrified inverse demon's body surged and instantly broke through the petrification technique. Ha ha ha. The World Annihilation Emperor. You can't do anything to me. I have already taken over Sinful Lady's body. The Ni-Mo laughed out loud. His legs were wrapped around Sinful Lady's legs and he flew towards Sinful Lady. The World Annihilation Emperor roared angrily, but it was to no avail. He could only watch helplessly as his countless years of hard work became the inverse demon. Let me see how powerful the body of Sinful Lady Pathmaster is. The inverse demon laughed excitedly. However, the next moment, the inverse demon suddenly let out a shrill scream. His entire black body was constantly emitting greenish-yellow smoke. Ah! Your consciousness. You have been sealed. The inverse demon seemed to have been electrocuted. His entire body retreated and returned to Yongye Chomor's body. However, the inverse demon's black body was suddenly frozen in the air. Together with the surrounding space-time, it was frozen forever. The unexpected change stunned the World Annihilation Emperor. The resentful expression on his face was replaced by astonishment. When he looked at Sinful Lady and noticed the area between her brows, his body trembled violently. He gasped and said, You have broken free from the seal? Perhaps it was fear, but his teeth were chattering and he could not speak clearly. His face was ashen. Without thinking, he turned around and fled. However, he had only taken a few steps when a layer of ice covered him from the soles of his feet. It spread to his upper body until his entire body was frozen, leaving only his face exposed. It's rare for us to meet again. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Sinful Lady said. Her voice was calm and as beautiful as heavenly music. The World Annihilation Emperor clenched his teeth. Fear and despair filled his face. Tell me, who taught you in the past? Sinful Lady raised her hand, and the cage automatically returned to the form of a replica of the World Annihilation Plate. She held it in her palm and played with it lightly. The World Annihilation Emperor said in a low voice, I don't understand. Sinful Lady looked at him with her snow-white eyes. Her spotless white robe fluttered gently. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, as long as you remember. She did not move. The World Annihilation Emperor's face was also covered in ice. Then, with a dull cracking sound, The ice sculpture that the World Annihilation Emperor had turned into shattered into countless sparkling ice crystals. She grabbed with her lily-white hand, and a piece of ice crystal fell into her palm, melting into a puddle of water. Within the puddle of water, a blurry image filled the air. A handsome man with white feathers on his back and blue eyes, who was noble and otherworldly, was teaching the World Annihilation Emperor. All of a sudden, the handsome man with white feathers seemed to have sensed it. His palm brushed past the image, and the image became blurry. After watching it, Sinful Lady stood there for a long time. She murmured in a voice that only Suyu could hear, "Prince Xiaoyao, you really schemed against me." Unfortunately, Suyu was shocked by the death of the World Annihilation Emperor and did not ponder the meaning of the words Prince Xiaoyao. With a single thought, the reincarnation of the Star River Overlord-level World Annihilation Emperor was dead. Moreover, the inverse demon had obviously entangled the body of Sinful Lady, but Sinful Lady was not affected at all. How strong was she? Suyu secretly grasped the Gate of Time and slowly let go. No, he must not activate the Gate of Time. With the great disparity between them, Sinful Lady had already discovered it before the Gate of Time was activated. The premise was that Sinful Lady was in a sealed state. But now that Sinful Lady had broken the seal, he could not act rashly. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted, and Yunyazi would be implicated. Suddenly, Sinful Lady cast her indifferent gaze at Suyu. "There is a murderous aura on you." Suyu shuddered and immediately restrained the murderous intent in his heart. Sinful Lady stared at Suyu for a while, then raised her jade-like fingers. In the distance, the inverse demon followed the footsteps of the World Annihilation Emperor and turned into ice crystal fragments. Suyu's hair stood on end, and a sense of danger arose in the depths of his heart. Sinful Lady wanted to kill him. It was too late to say anything. Suyu took out a handful of coins without hesitation. They were bronze, silver, and gold, and he threw them at Sinful Lady. Sinful Lady's eyes were still as calm as the clouds, but her words were full of murderous intent. "I have changed my mind and want to kill the third person. I don't know why, but you give me a sense of unease." Thump, thump. Suyu seemed to be able to hear the sound of his heart beating violently, and the sense of danger in his heart was extremely intense. The next moment, he would be erased from the world, just like the World Annihilation Emperor and the inverse demon. However, the handful of coins that Suyu threw out emitted a wonderful halo, which enveloped Sinful Lady in 3 layers of light. Between Sinful Lady's brows, a crystal-colored coin engraving was faintly discernible. The sense of fear of destruction and death was immediately weakened. Suyu's heart skipped a beat, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He had guessed correctly. The coins inside the chest of the stone statue really had a hidden power. They were the second guarantee of sealing Sinful Lady. When he saw the crystal-colored coin appear between Sinful Lady's brows, Suyu had a thought. Now it seemed that collecting the coins was a wise decision. Sinful Lady was slightly surprised, but only slightly. Quick thinking, not bad. Sinful Lady nodded gently. With a wave of her jade-like fingers, the brilliance of the bronze coins was extinguished. With another wave, the silver-white brilliance was extinguished. Only the golden radiance was able to extinguish it after being tapped 3 times. However, as soon as the 3 layers of brilliance were extinguished, Suyu threw out 3 coins of different colors and sealed it again. Sinful Lady was expressionless, and she merely extinguished the brilliance. Suyu did not hesitate anymore, and immediately summoned the Gate of Time. The Gate of Time opened, and a vast, ocean-like breath of time and space assaulted his face. It was as if behind this gate was an entrance that connected billions of years of time and space. There is righteousness in the world, and it is mixed and popular, a sonorous and powerful righteousness that had penetrated billions of years of time and space reverberated from the reverse flow of time and space. In the God realm, in the Lost Nation, the long swords at the waists of many creatures left their owners and faced the direction of the Gate of Time. The tips of the swords faced up, and the hilts faced down, as if they were protecting the Emperor of the Swords. The Azura sword on Suyu's body and the 9 heavenly orchid silver bamboo swords were also uncontrollably facing the Gate of Time. That posture was like a pilgrimage to their Emperor. At that moment, The surging sword energy from the great wilderness broke through the reverse flow of time and space, reaching the other side of billions of years. An old man clad in a black robe and covered in monstrous demonic chi stepped out of the stone door with a wooden sword on his back. His face was old, but his eyes were like lightning, containing a depth that could see through the vicissitudes of time. Brother Demonic Sword. Su Yu was shocked by the reaction of the world's famous swords when he appeared. Demonic Sword Wu Ya nodded, his gaze fixed on Sinful Lady. His eyes were filled with sharp sword energy, and his pupils were faintly visible as swords. Sinful Lady. Demonic Sword Wu Ya stared at her and said, "I finally get to see you." Sinful Lady was slightly surprised. She looked him up and down, and said calmly, "You have endured billions of years of time, at the cost of being reduced to ashes, just to see me once." Demonic Sword Wu Ya nodded and pulled out the wooden sword on his back. He said softly, "I have to give you a sword. On behalf of my father, and on behalf of the billions of innocent souls who perished at your hand." 9 Suns Cosmos Sword Formation. Demonic Sword Wu Ya waved the wooden sword, bringing out 18 layers of sword shadows. The sword shadows flew everywhere. The top 9 swords formed the Cosmos Sword Formation, while the bottom 9 formed the 9 Suns Sword Formation. The two formations merged into one, and finally turned into a single sword. It was an ordinary sword style, like the most ordinary sword style of a swordsman who had just entered the martial path. However, it was such a sword style that the Sinful Lady, who had been expressionless all this while, revealed a look of approval. Sword techniques are extremely simple and have reached the state of perfection. In terms of the profoundness of sword techniques, you have already surpassed the demonic sword emperor of the past. Not bad, not bad. Ding. The wooden sword was pointed at Sinful Lady's chest. With a light sound, Sinful Lady raised her wrist and blocked the sword with the jade bracelet. "However, you have made the same mistake as your father." Sinful Lady shook her head and pointed out calmly, "No matter how profound a technique is, it is still a technique, and I am the path. So, you will never be able to hurt me." With a light push, Sinful Lady's sword style was dissolved into nothingness. Su Yu, who was watching nervously from the side, felt disappointed and even hopeless. A divine warrior of heaven and earth had attacked, yet he still couldn't do anything to the sealed Sinful Lady and extract the Pathmaster's blood. Chapter 1572. Whoosh. It was as if a storm was rolling out from the reverse flow of time and space. Demon Sword Wu Ya was deep within it, as if he had been enlightened, and his eyes shone with a brilliant light. A chain of the great path rules descended in a physical form. The chain contained the incomparably mysterious sword path rules. However, when the chain of the great path approached him, it was immediately pushed away by the mysterious power on the surface of his body. The Sinful Lady frowned slightly. "You reject the sword path rules. Do you not want to achieve the path body?" Demon Sword Wu Ya's eyes were clear. He woke up from the enlightenment, and his whole temperament was refreshed. At the beginning of the world, everything was the path. Demon Sword Wu Ya murmured softly, as if he had transcended. "The chain of the great path rules is the path, but it is also a shackle." The wooden sword rotated, knocking away the approaching heavenly law rules, which disappeared into nothingness. The remaining sword energy overflowed and slashed towards the Sinful Lady. She waved her hand lightly, and a thick chain of the great path rippled out from the surface of her body, protecting her whole body. The remaining sword energy splashed, and the chain of the great path, as if it had been hit by the holy sword path, collapsed with a single blow. The path of the Sinful Lady was broken, and the sword energy slashed her whole body, leaving a bloody mark on her chest, like a snow-white plum blossom that gradually expanded. Su Yu threw out the cavern world that he had prepared long ago and stored a drop of the Pathmaster's blood. The Pathmaster's blood was in his hand. Su Yu bowed to the Demon Sword Emperor gratefully. "Thank you, Brother Demon Sword." Suddenly, Su Yu was stunned. At this moment, the Demon Sword Emperor held the wooden sword in his hand, and his whole body gradually disintegrated into particles. His aura and life force were quickly disappearing. Su Yu looked sad and bowed. "Brother Demon Sword, rest in peace." He had been in the reverse flow of time for a long time, and the pressure of time was too great. Now, if he left the time gate, he would be crushed by time. Previously, he had asserted that he could only use one sword. Sure enough, it was only one sword. Unfortunately, it failed to kill the sinful lady, and only left a wound. Demon sword Wuya's body was transparent. He stared at Suyu with a smile and said, "Don't be sad. I have been obsessed with the sword path all my life, but I have no fate with the path. Now that I understand the path that belongs to me, I have no more regrets." He cupped his hands to Suyu, leaving behind a hearty laughter that lingered in the sky. Knowing the Tao in the morning, one can die without regrets in the evening. Ha ha ha, I'm going. The emperor of a generation had stood tall for 100 million years. He had witnessed the prosperity and destruction of the divine realm. He had guarded the divine realm for tens of thousands of years, but now, his soul had returned. What was left for all living beings was the phrase, "If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in peace in the evening." Suyu was touched, and his soul sublimated. It was as if he had seen his own path. All of a sudden, one of the fluorescent lights did not dissipate along with his heroic soul. Instead, it converged into a wooden sword and fell into Suyu's head. That was the essence of the demon sword sovereign's life. It was not only his swordsmanship, but also his lifelong comprehension of the sword Tao. Suyu was grateful, and he bowed deeply once again. Foolish living beings. Techniques are still techniques in the end. If you want to become a god, you still have to ascend to the great Tao of heaven and earth. The sinful girl spoke indifferently without any joy or sorrow. Her beautiful eyes gazed into the depths of the gate of time and said, "Long time no see. You are still alive." Yazi stepped out of the gate of time. He looked at the place where the demon sword sovereign had disappeared, and his old eyes were full of loneliness and desolation. When he looked at the sinful girl, he sighed and said, "Thanks to you, all that's left of me now is a remnant soul." Suyu was shocked as he listened. When he first met Yazi, it was in the depths of the ruins. At that time, Yazi was so weak that he was almost negligible and close to death. It turned out that his demise was caused by the sinful girl. All of a sudden, Suyu remembered that the sinful girl had come to the god realm for one person. Now, it seemed that it was not someone else. She must have come for Yazi. The sinful girl looked at Yazi and said, "Even a remnant soul is as terrifying as ever. You can help people achieve enlightenment easily. You are indeed the 9th palace master of the heavenly law palace, the master of the heavenly book. You know all the books in the world, grasp the wisdom of the world, and have a clear understanding of the great secrets of the 6 paths. Thanks to your kindness in nurturing me all those years ago, I am where I am today." Suyu was secretly shocked. The heavenly law palace, the master of the heavenly book. It was unexpected, but it made sense. What surprised him was that the sinful girl had once been nurtured by Yazi. If that was the case, when Yazi was at his peak, he was several times more powerful than the sinful girl. Ha ha ha, so what if you know all the books in the world? So what if you have the wisdom of the world? So what if you have a clear understanding of the great secrets of the 6 paths? In the end, you can't defeat human nature and have been plotted against until now? Yazi chuckled softly. There was bitterness in his laughter. Suyu's eyes flickered. It sounded like the reason why Yazi was almost defeated by the sinful girl was because he had been plotted against before. So, who was it? What kind of plot was it that even the master of the heavenly book, who had mastered wisdom, could not guard against? In the past, an ordinary book deity from the god realm, who was left with only a remnant soul, was extremely difficult to deal with. He had put Suyu in life-threatening situations several times. What more the master of the heavenly book? The sinful girl was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "You weren't the only one who was plotted against by him. I was also plotted against and sealed for 100 million years." Hearing that, Suyu understood. It was Prince Xiaoyao. Suyu remembered this name deeply, the person who had caused Yazi to be in such dire straits. "So, do you still want to bring me back to the heavenly law palace today?" Yazi asked. The sinful girl nodded without hesitation. "Yes. Regardless of whether you were sentenced to leave the heavenly law palace because of the plot, betrayal is betrayal, and you must accept the punishment of the heavenly law. Unyazi said slowly, "This is the reason why I betrayed the heavenly law palace. There is only the heavenly law and no human nature. Rather than saying that we have comprehended the heavenly law, it is more accurate to say that the heavenly law is controlling us." When the sinful girl was about to break through the last layer of coin suppression on the surface of her body, Suyu immediately took out the remaining 3 golden coins, 10 silver coins, and 20 bronze coins. 25 seals enveloped the sinful girl and completely suppressed her. Unyazi said, "Suyu, you go first, I will hold her off." Suyu said, "No. The person she wants to capture is you. If you stay, you will fall into her trap." Unyazi shook his head and said, "You are my disciple. If she captures me, she will never let you go. She may find a way to bring me back to the heavenly law palace, but she may not bring you back." Suyu understood what he meant. The simplest way to deal with Suyu was to kill him. After pondering for a moment, Suyu gritted his teeth and yelled, "Master, wait for me to come back." If he stayed, it would be useless. Not only would he not be able to help the sinful girl, but Unyazi would also have to protect him. Instead of that, he might as well look for backup. Flying down the cliff, Suyu was immediately shocked to smell the deep stench of blood. It was the red-haired corpse. He stood in the air above the cliff. His cold eyes seemed to be looking for prey to devour. Suddenly, he spotted Suyu and let out a low growl from his throat. Strangely, he did not attack Suyu. Instead, he turned his head and continued to look for a target. Suyu's eyes flickered, and his whole body surged with a great fighting spirit. In the darkness, the red-haired corpse suddenly turned his head and stared at Suyu. His pale eyes were filled with a strange light. Suyu said, "It really is you, the heaven-fighting divine warrior." The corpse of the divine warrior was none other than the remains of the heaven-fighting divine warrior. No wonder he treated everyone like food, except Suyu, who let him go. It was because Suyu had the fighting spirit of the heaven-fighting divine warrior. As he pondered, Suyu took out a drop of the divine warrior's blood and placed it between his fingers. Suyu felt a strong gust of wind blowing against his face, and the divine blood between his fingers disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the thick stench of blood came from beside him, as well as the murderous energy that was close at hand. Looking sideways, the red-haired corpse's pale eyes were fixed on Suyu. He was constantly roaring and screaming, emitting a will of desire. Suyu was calm and said, "Do you want it? Then come with me." Swish, he soared into the sky and returned to the sky above. There, Unyazi and the sinful girl were no longer there. All that was left was a terrifying aura that permeated the entire area. Suyu's heart tightened. At that moment, a gust of strong wind descended beside Suyu, saying hurriedly, "Why did you come back?" It was Unyazi. However, his solid soul body was transparent and weak, and traces of frost could be seen everywhere. Swish, a beautiful figure floated, and the sinful girl revealed herself. She was still spotless, in stark contrast to the weak Unyazi. "You took 10 blows from me with just your soul body. The strength of your soul is far stronger than when you were in the palace of heaven," the sinful girl said indifferently. Unyazi laughed self-deprecatingly. "A defeat is a defeat, and there is no excuse for it. I am willing to follow you back to the palace of heaven, but can you let him go? He and I are only nominal disciples, and he has never received my teachings. He has never told me anything about the palace of heaven, so he will not be a threat." The sinful girl looked at Suyu and shook her head gently. "You don't have the right to choose. I want to take you away, but I also want to get rid of him." A faint murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Suyu's eyes flashed, and he instantly took out a large amount of divine blood and sprinkled it on the sinful girl. Without thinking, the sinful girl pointed with her jade-like finger, and the divine blood scattered into nothingness. Raw, as the red-haired corpse pounced on the divine blood, he was attacked by the aftershock of the sinful girl's move. He was immediately enraged, exuding a murderous aura as he roared and pounced on the sinful girl. Suyu grabbed Unyazi and said, "Master, let's go." Unyazi was rather weak, but he nodded without hesitation. With a roll of his big sleeves, Suyu suddenly felt that time and space were in disarray, and he appeared outside the cave in an instant. It took him 10 consecutive days to reach the depths of the cave. Unyazi had easily brought him out of the cave. His abilities were so strong that Su Yu was extremely shocked. However, after using this move, Unyazi became more than half transparent again. He was extremely weak, and there were faint signs of his demise. Su Yu knew that Unyazi had reached his limit. If he continued, he would definitely perish. "Master, take a rest." "Leave the rest to me," Su Yu said. Unyazi shook his head bitterly. "You are no match for her. No one in the entire God realm is a match for her." "That's not necessarily true." Su Yu's eyes were filled with a deep brilliance. "Master, just wait and see." Inside the abyss, the sinful girl was still untainted by a speck of dust, and the red-haired corpse that was barely breathing lay at her feet. He was on the brink of death, and only a shred of instinct was left to struggle. "You've delayed my mission." The sinful girl was expressionless. With a point of her finger, an extreme vortex was condensed. The next moment, the remains of the heaven-fighting divine warrior were completely crushed. However, because of that, the sinful girl was delayed for a full 10 days. She took a step forward and appeared in the square where the red-haired corpse had been. She took another step forward and appeared in the pond of worms. Chapter 1573. On the side of the insect pond, there was a sudden explosion. Countless strange insects were instantly alarmed and rushed out of their nests, pouncing on the sinful girl. The sinful girl frowned slightly. "This is troublesome." Her body moved without any wind, rolling up a light mist and blowing over the sky. The fierce strange insects all died together, and not a single one was left alive. And her eyes never looked at those strange insects from beginning to end. Instead, she stared at the bottom of the insect pond, at a crystal stone inlaid in it. It was a scarlet crystal stone, smooth and round. The explosion of the talisman just now had caused a crack to appear on the crystal stone, and a trace of viscous liquid flowed out of the crystal stone. The sinful girl waved the power of the Pathmaster, and the crack in the crystal stone closed. But it immediately cracked again. As more and more liquid flowed out, there was a trace of pain in the crystal stone, and then a wisp of vitality disappeared. The sinful girl stood next to the insect pond and frowned. That human accidentally destroyed the Taotia's egg. He really got into big trouble. She looked up at the top of her head, as if she had sensed something, and there was a rare look of fear on her face. "I have to finish this quickly." The next moment, her beautiful figure disappeared without a trace. 2 hours later. In the ancient tomb, the world annihilation dragon had been destroyed day and night by the common people, and it was riddled with holes. The power of the world annihilation dragon was no longer there, and only its dying body was left. "Everyone, kill the world annihilation dragon. His flesh, his spine, and his tendons are all treasures of the divine realm." The crowd let out a deafening roar. In this battle, countless people had perished. In front of the ancient tomb, there were already piles of corpses of all kinds of creatures. They were piled up into a mountain, stretching for countless miles. The mysterious crystal mountain of the past had reappeared. Such a great sacrifice had finally been exchanged for the final victory. The world annihilation dragon was also about to die. With hatred, the common people all attacked. The dying world annihilation dragon still raised its head proudly, and its hostility did not diminish. "A group of ants, you want to kill me? You will all die." Roar. In the huge dragon roar, the world annihilation dragon spat out a huge black ball from its mouth. The ball contained an amazing power of the world annihilation dragon. It was the dragon pearl of the world annihilation dragon. The power of the world annihilation dragon was the dragon power of the world annihilation dragon. However, because he was sealed by a brush, he could not use the dragon power in it. However, it was still possible to detonate it. "Ants, go to hell." The world annihilation dragon roared and activated the dragon ball to explode. But at this moment, a slender hand grasped the dragon pearl. The dragon ball that was about to explode was quickly extinguished. "The world annihilation dragon, I haven't seen you for hundreds of millions of years. You have fallen so far, willing to perish together with a group of ordinary creatures," the sinful woman said indifferently. The roaring world annihilation dragon laughed excitedly. "Master, You finally broke through the seal. The sinful lady nodded, and like snowflakes falling on the head of the world annihilation dragon, she inserted the dragon pearl into its body and said, "Yes, I'm back. Ha 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 ha. I knew Master would break the seal." The world annihilation dragon let out a wild laugh and looked around at the crowd of people who were stunned. He said coldly and playfully, "A group of lowly ants, you are destined to be destroyed." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No one dared to attack again. They all stared at the pure white figure. Was that the legendary sinful woman, the heaven-defying existence that had once destroyed an entire divine realm civilization? "Everyone, don't be afraid, she may not really be the sinful woman." A creature summoned up his courage and rushed forward. As soon as he moved, he immediately attracted many creatures to follow him. Everyone launched an attack again. But this time, a total of 100 million creatures suddenly fell like a tide. Like a group of running ants, they were trampled by an invisible giant palm. One by one, they fell, their eyes dimmed, and their souls were destroyed. Their bodies, without exception, turned into ice. In a breath, 100 million creatures had perished. The people behind her felt a chill under their feet. They stared at the sinful woman as if she was a ghost, and no one dared to go forward. "Where is Senior Sue? Where is Senior Sue?" At this critical moment, they thought of Su Yu, the omnipotent Su Yu. The sinful woman looked down at the crowd and said lightly, "I also want to know, where is he hiding?" Her beautiful eyes glanced around, scanning the divine realm and the lost nation inside and out, but she found nothing. He was hiding. At least, that was what she thought. The sinful woman glanced at the crowd and immediately pointed down. A group of figures flew uncontrollably from the crowd to the sinful woman. Among them were the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple, Helm leader Wu Xin, who had given him a bracelet and saved his life, and the two princesses of the mermaid tribe. All of them were people related to Su Yu. The sinful woman did not know what kind of magical power she had used to capture all of them. With a point of her finger, this group of people was bound in the void. "Since he is hiding, let him come to me, unless he doesn't care about their fate." Then, the sinful woman clenched her 5 fingers and pulled out the brush from the body of the World Annihilation Dragon. The World Annihilation Dragon was free and let out a carefree and excited roar. He had been wounded, but after regaining his freedom, he recovered in an instant. He stared at the crowd with a grin. "What about them?" The sinful woman said without hesitation, "As you wish." The World Annihilation Dragon let out a deep grin. "Thank you, Master." The black shadow flashed, and the World Annihilation Dragon swooped down, devouring tens of thousands of creatures. The people were finally overcome by panic and fled in all directions. The World Annihilation Dragon followed them playfully and kept eating them. He laughed as if he was taking revenge. "Run, run as far as you can. Tell your savior to stop hiding. Let him come and save you, ha ha ha." His move was to spread the news of this place to Su Yu's ears. What they did not know was that Su Yu was in a place that no one would have thought of. The Azura Forbidden Lands. He went straight to the outside of the first Forbidden Land, in front of the formation, and left behind the control instrument of the second seal that he had taken away in the past. Behind him, the duckbill beast said, "Human, have you really decided to open the Azura Forbidden Lands? The Lord Emissary will not forgive you for your previous obstruction." Su Yu did not speak. He turned and left the Azura Forbidden Lands, whispering softly, "This is exactly what I want. The Forbidden Land of 10,000 demons. Your dragon pearl." Su Yu put down the dragon pearl and stared at the epoch-making dragon in the void. The epoch-making dragon was overjoyed. "Ha ha ha, you really keep your word." With a flash of his eyes, the epoch-making dragon said, "Boy, how is the cultivation of the Dragon Abyss treasure scroll that I taught you?" Su Yu said, "A little bit." The epoch-making dragon nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. In time, you will definitely reach new heights. I have something to do, so I will take my leave first." Su Yu cupped his fists and said goodbye. The epoch-making dragon watched him leave, and the relief on his face disappeared, replaced by a hint of cunning and expectation. "Hehe, it seems that there is hope for me to break through. The Red Dust Forbidden Lands. Suyu stopped in front of a cave shrouded in pink mist. One more step forward, and he would never be able to step out of the mysterious land. Suyu took out a scroll with a portrait of Xia Jingyu on it. In the calm cave, a pink mist immediately swirled, and a beautiful figure stepped out from within. She cautiously and vigilantly looked around. She was none other than Cai Lin. To be precise, she was Cai Lin, who had fallen into a dream and was being controlled by Lady Hong Chen. "It's you." Lady Hong Chen was vigilant, still fearful of what she had seen that day. She stared at the portrait in Suyu's hand, and her pupils flickered violently. "Where did you get this portrait?" "From the end of the god realm that you saw, of course," Suyu said with a faint smile. Lady Hong Chen's face changed again, and she asked fearfully, "What is your relationship with that lord?" The lord she referred to should be Yunyazi, but Yunyazi denied it, saying that she was frightened by the painting. But how could a painting hurt someone? She was seriously injured that day, and it didn't seem fake. "Do you want to see him?" Suyu asked. Lady Hong Chen shook her head and stared at Suyu. "What do you want from me?" Suyu said lightly, "It's very simple. Do me a favor." "Haha, why?" Lady Hong Chen laughed. "I don't remember owing you a favor," Suyu said, "because I can take you back to the great beginning realm." Lady Hong Chen's expression froze, and gradually became serious. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." "Well, what do you need my help with?" Suyu smiled mysteriously. After leaving the Forbidden Land, Suyu looked at the ancient tomb. In the 10 days since he left the cave, Suyu had been going back and forth between the 3 Forbidden Lands, meeting many fleeing creatures and learning a lot of information. As expected, Suyu said leisurely as he stood on the top of a mountain. The sinful lady's act of holding people hostage was already within Suyu's expectations. He just didn't expect her to be so powerful that within the divine realm, all those who were related to her were captured. "Are you going back?" Yunyazi asked. Suyu nodded. "I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. If you go back, will she let them go?" Yunyazi tried to persuade Suyu. Suyu shook his head. "Whether I go back or not, the sinful lady won't let them go, I understand." He was not that simple, nor was he that childish. "But I have to go. 100 million years of grievances should finally be settled in my time," Suyu said leisurely. He turned into a breeze, invisible and formless. The ancient tomb. 5 days passed. This place had long since become a dead land, with the smell of dead bodies everywhere. A demonic dragon wandered among the corpses, bored. A snow fairy was sitting cross-legged in the air. The demonic dragon looked at the captive creatures and said coldly, "5 days have passed. If the human surnamed Su had the guts to come, he would have come long ago. Master, why waste time? Kill them all, and we will search the divine realm and the lost nation." The sinful lady shook her head lightly. "There is not much time to search. The human race is full of cowards. They fight fiercely against their enemies, but they are as cowardly as sheep against outsiders. In the list of the 10,000 clans, they are the lowest 9th-class inferior race." The demonic dragon said disdainfully, "With the master here and me here, I don't believe that the mere human race would dare to come." The sinful lady opened her eyes and looked thoughtful. "What you said is not unreasonable. The human race, in the great beginning realm, is also an inferior race. However, even among the human race, there are a few superior ones, such as the Pathmaster of the human race, the great Emperor Shenyuan, and Suyu, who dares to come here." She slowly got up and stared in a certain direction.